And acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are on the lands of Anishinaabe Nation. This spot where we gather is the traditional lands of the Three Fires Confederacy, the Ottawa, Potawatomi, and Ojibwe. We also recognize that this land is now home to the Delaware Nation. This land was settled through the McKee Purchase Treaty of 1790, and we, as beneficiaries of the treaty, must recognize our responsibilities, including our collective responsibilities to the land and water. Mr. Mayor, we do not have a supplementary agenda this evening. Rules for the council chambers. The municipality of Chatham-Kent supports open meetings that welcome debate of public policy issues in an atmosphere of inclusiveness, integrity, civility, fairness, and respect for differing points of view. Anyone conducting themselves in a way that disrupts, disturbs, or impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, interrupts or makes derogatory statements, or hate speech, defamatory comments about councillors, staff, speakers, or fellow members of the public may result in the removal from the premises. This also applies to deputations. We ask that you do not approach council members if they are seated in their council seat, and the public, unless invited, is not permitted to come into the gated horseshoe area. The use of posters, signage, and literature is also prohibited. Mr. Mayor, we have 3 disclosures of pecuniary interest. The first 2 are on planning items. Item 12C and 12D are Councillor Story. And on item 16D, the Chatham-Kent Police Service Critical Systems UPS replacement, a conflict by Councillor Wright. We'll now move on to the artist feature, Eye for Art exhibition, and I'll pass it over to Audrey Ensel.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm delighted to stand in front of you this evening as your Director of Community Culture and Connections, whose work is essentially to build community culture and connections in our community. So, slight change of pace, I guess, this evening. Ordinarily, you've heard from us in terms of the Art and Council Chambers feature, and we've had different folks coming in here every evening, once a month. So I thought I'd take a chance today to update you on some municipal activities in relation to arts and culture, and specifically the arts and culture area. So first of all, let me introduce to you our Manager of Arts and Culture, Mary Baruth. Mary, if you'd like to stand for a moment. Mary comes to us with extensive sector background experience, and we are certainly going to put that to good use in Chatham-Kent. She will be based at the Chatham Cultural Centre, so if you're in that area, you will see her, but she will also be operating across all of our arts and culture facilities. She started with us today, and I sure hope she's going to come back tomorrow and the day after. Next up, we have an update on the Eye for Art exhibition that is currently in the Thames Art Gallery. It has taken over every single space in the gallery, from the mezzanine level all the way down. It opened up just a few short weeks ago, and it features artists that are connected to Chatham-Kent, either by virtue of the fact that they currently live here or have done so at some time in the past. And with more background on that, I would like to introduce you to Vanessa Cornell, who is our curator in the Art Galleries area, and she joined us in the summer. So, Vanessa.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As Audrey said, my name is Vanessa Cornell, and I am the curator of the Thames Art Gallery and Art Space with Community Culture and Connections. I'm here today to showcase the current exhibition at the Thames Art Gallery, Eye for Art, which is on display until January 12th, 2025. Eye for Art is a biennial juried exhibition open to artists with ties to Chatham-Kent that takes over the full gallery, as Audrey said, including the main gallery space, project room, and mezzanine, with its first iteration happening back in 1983. In more recent years, Eye for Art provides us the opportunity to raise funds to directly support ArtSpace, a community outreach program of the Thames Art Gallery. This initiative is instrumental in providing local artists with resources, exhibition opportunities, and professional development. Through our fundraising efforts, we want to offer more workshops, mentorship opportunities, and other programming that will empower artists to thrive in our community. This year, 87 pieces from 46 artists were selected to be part of Eye for Art from 152 submissions by our guest juror, internationally known artist Troy Brooks, who has also had his work on display here in the Chambers earlier this year. Brooks is a contemporary painter who in 2018 returned to Chatham-Kent from Toronto into a 19th century bank in Wallaceburg, turning it into his main studio workspace. This exhibition has been a wonderful success, and we've received really great feedback from our community. And I would like to take a moment to thank management as well as gallery and facility staff who all have contributed to its great success. We had an amazing turnout for our opening reception with 200 people in attendance. We also had live entertainment by local musician Q, who definitely added to the celebratory spirit of the evening. At the opening, we granted 4 $500 awards, including 3 Jurors Awards of Excellence and 1 People's Choice Award. These awards were graciously donated by Janet and Ray Bryn-Reuter, Tech Savvy, the Veranda Presents with Claire Culliford, and the Chatham Cultural Center Association. We also received in-kind donations from Impact Graphics and Signs, and CM Designs and Print. Additionally, we had a family activity in the mezzanine where participants were able to make fall decorations using clay, fall-themed cookie cutters, and dried beans and legumes to showcase our upcoming programming, Art Space Family Fun Days, which will take place every Saturday from 1 to 4 p.m. at Art Space starting in the new year, with a suggested donation of $5. Each month, we will have a different family craft to engage our community and inspire a new generation of creative thinkers. As for the winners of this year's Eye for Art, the People's Choice Award went to Anne Towell for Matilda Dreaming, and the Jurors Awards of Excellence went to Mike Thane for Christ the Receiver, Megan Peters for Equilibrium, and Tracy Bolcha for This is a Powerful Moment. If you haven't had a chance to see this amazing display of Chatham-Kent talent, please be sure to come and check out the exhibition, which is again on display until January 12th. And if you're unfamiliar, the Thames Art Gallery is open Wednesday through Sunday, 11 till 4, and open till 7 p.m. on Thursdays. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll now move on to a recognition of staff, Rebecca Haskell-Thomas, and I'll pass it over to Councillor Carmen McGregor.
Thank you. I didn't realize it was being passed over to me, but thank you. Did you get the picture? Thank you. It was an honor again last week to be in attendance of the Wallaceburg Business Excellence Awards, and along with the mayor, and it was so wonderful that Rebecca had received the Building Bridges Award in our community, which is a new award for the Chamber. And had I been prepared, I would have described to you what the award was. But it was so wonderful to see the fruition of Rebecca's work and the respect that she has within the community. And I do believe the award is one that comes from our First Nations partners, and I could be wrong about that. Maybe the mayor has a little bit to add about that, but it was a really great evening, and it was so wonderful to see Rebecca win the award this year.
Oh, it was great to be there and to have that recognition where they pick her out and put her on a pedestal and say, you're doing great work. So we're proud of her here, and keep up the great work.
Thank you, and we'll move on to Planning Services with Director Ryan Jobs.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The process to be followed for each planning application will be as follows. Number 1, the clerk will announce each individual planning item. Number 2, the mayor will ask if there is anyone present other than the applicant with an interest in the application and to indicate so by raising their hand. 3, the clerk will advise if written or video submissions have been received. 4, if someone present other than the applicant indicates an interest in the item, there will be a presentation by administration. 5, individuals with an interest in the application other than the applicant will be asked to proceed to the podium, provide their name and address, and address council. Number 6, the applicant will be asked if they wish to proceed to the podium and address council. 7, administration will be asked if they have any comments based on any of the discussion that may have occurred. And 8, council will be asked what action it wishes to take regarding the item. If any specified person under the Planning Act that files an appeal of a decision of council in respect of the proposed applications does not make oral or written submissions to the municipal clerk before the proposal is approved, they are not entitled to appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to add the person or public body as a party to the appeal. Information on council's actions tonight will be posted on the municipal website. All persons who have made a request or who have made an oral or written submission regarding a particular planning item will receive a notice of council's decision. Any other person who wishes to receive a notice of decision must submit a written request to the municipal clerk. Thank you.
12A, applications for consent and zoning bylaw amendment, Paling Dawn Farms Incorporated, 10793 Brookline, Community of Chatham Township, North Kent. Mr. Mayor, there is no conflict of interest, and I have not received any deputations with regards to this item.
Is there anyone present other than the applicant or the agent with an interest in this application? If so, please indicate by raising your hand. Seeing none, Councillor McGrail and Councillor Juvenile, can I get you to move this, please?
Yes, I'll put it forward.
And I'll second it.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 16-0. 12B, applications for consent and zoning bylaw amendment, estate of Morris A. De Decker, 22142 and 22146 Charing Cross Road, Community of Raleigh, South Kent. Mr. Mayor, there is no conflict of interest and no deputations were received today.
Is there anyone present other than the applicant or the agent with an interest in this application? If so, please indicate by raising your hand. Seeing none, Councillor Sakachi and Councillor Doyle, can I get you to move this, please?
So moved, Mayor Caniff.
So seconded.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 16-0. 12C, application for zoning bylaw amendment, Clarke Developments Corporation, Inc. and 1815513 Ontario, Inc., Warwick Street and Cecil Street South, Community of Richtown, East Kent. Mr. Mayor, we have one conflict of interest, Councillor Story, and we do have deputations that we have received this evening, so I'll pass it over to Ryan for a presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Chatham-Kent has received an application for a zoning bylaw amendment for a parcel of land in the community of Ridgetown. Subject lands are currently a vacant parcel under active cultivation. They are approximately 9.3 hectares or 23 acres in area, and they're at the easterly limit of the community. Under the official plan, these lands are currently designated and planned for residential uses over the long term. The lands are currently zoned residential low density first, and residential low density second, and residential low density second with a holding provision. The reason for this application for zoning bylaw amendment by the applicant is in pursuit of ultimately a subdivision approval. The applicant has also submitted an application for draft plan of subdivision approval for the municipality. And if the zoning bylaw amendment is approved, it should be anticipated that the plan of subdivision application will appear before council at an upcoming council meeting. The proposed plan of subdivision is comprised of 131 residential lots. The proposed uses for these lots would be single detached dwellings or semi-detached dwelling units. There is also land somewhat central to the proposed subdivision that is planned for a future public park, and there is land in the easterly corner of the subdivision which is planned for a stormwater retention pond. As well, there is a new local road network proposed with road connections to Cecil Street South and Warwick Street by way of an extension to Elizabeth Street. The specifics of the zoning bylaw amendment proposal are as follows. The first part of the proposal is to rezone the proposed residential lots to a site-specific residential low-density third zone. This zone would permit the land uses that I previously mentioned, being single detached dwellings and semi-detached dwelling units, as well as specifically provide for a minimum lot area of 320 square meters. The lots are mostly proposed to be 45 meters of frontage, with approximately half dozen lots being in the 43 to 44 foot frontage range. The second part of the zoning bylaw amendment is to zone the future public park to the open space or OS1 zone classification. And the third part of this zoning bylaw amendment proposal is to rezone the lands intended for a stormwater retention pond to the hazard land or HL zone. As part of this application before council tonight for zoning bylaw amendment, as well in support of the second application for draft plan of subdivision, a number of studies and initiatives were undertaken by the applicant and submitted to the municipality as part of the complete application package. On October 2nd, the applicant held a public information center in Ridgetown at the University of Guelph Ridgetown campus, in which the applicant and their professional team provided a presentation to those from Ridgetown in attendance, as well as fielded questions and comments throughout the evening. The applicant has also submitted a traffic impact study, a servicing report, which looks at the overall schematic for servicing this subdivision lands with water and sanitary services, as well as stormwater services. As a result of there being a significant woodland within 120 meters of the subject property, an environmental impact study was also prepared and submitted by the applicant to assess any potential impacts that there may be through the construction of this subdivision. Finally, the developer also submitted a planning justification report summarizing the proposal, as well as outlining relevant provincial and municipal policies in support of the development. Further, the municipality has reviewed a draft plan of subdivision, a stormwater management plan, and an archaeological assessment that has been completed by the applicant over the last several months or years. It is recommended that zoning bylaw application file D14 RI 6623C to rezone the subject lands in part of Lot 11, Concession 10 Howard in the community of Ridgetown to site-specific residential low-density third zone, hazard land, and open space to facilitate the development of a new low-density residential subdivision, inclusive of lands for a public park and stormwater management facilities be approved, and the implementing bylaw be adopted. I'm available for questions now. However, if the members of the public that are here to speak would speak, I can answer any of council's questions after that. Thank you.
Yeah, is there any questions council has right now of administration? Councillor Wright?
Thank you, Mayor. One of mine is, I was talking to David French from Story Planning Board, and he got sent some questions, the same ones that we got sent this week, and I was wondering if we could have him come forward and answer to the questions that he was sent.
He will be coming up.
Okay.
He'll have his time to come up and answer any questions. Yeah. Councillor Harrigan?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The only question I have specific to the report, which I believe it's addressed in here, but I'd like it to be said publicly, is we are confident that the stormwater retention plan will provide sufficient drainage infrastructure for the additional houses that are proposed to be built?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Yes, the stormwater management plan as submitted has been reviewed in detail by engineering staff and are confident that when implemented, it will provide a modern and capable stormwater management system.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Okay, we'll go to deputations now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 7 on the list. I will remind all deputations this evening that you have a maximum of 5 minutes. The timer is on the screen. Council was emailed all of the deputations that were submitted at noon today. So we'll start with Janet Diactis, and on deck will be Pat Taylor. Sorry, it was on, so can you push it? Yeah. There you go. Good job.
Let me say at the onset that I support new residential development in Ridgetown. At the public meeting held by the developer on October 2nd, we were told that the proposed Highland subdivision in Ridgetown would have 130 lots and lot frontage averaging 45 feet. A 45-foot frontage is consistent with an RL1 and RL2 zoning currently in place with the land. We were surprised to learn on October 2nd that the developer was proposing to rezone the parcel of land to an R4. R4 requires a minimum 25-foot lot frontage. Existing adjacent lot frontages in the neighborhood range from 60 to over 100 feet, so the developer's planned 45-foot frontages seemed reasonable. The initial proposal to rezone the land to R4 with its minimum 25-foot frontage was clearly inconsistent with the developer's proposed 131 lots with an average 45-foot frontage. Subsequent to October 2nd, I learned that the developer had modified its plans and now was proposing to rezone the land to RL3. RL3 requires a minimum lot size of 320 square meters, and so think 34-foot lot frontage. Once again, inconsistent with the proposed plan of 131 lots with an average 45-foot frontage. I can only conclude that the developer is considering significantly more lots than the 131 conveyed to us on October 2nd. The developer did state on October 2nd that market demand would impact the building of the subdivision in terms of timing, perhaps 10 to 15 years from start to completion, semi-detached, single-detached mix, actual lot sizes, and housing types, ranch, bi-level, 2-story. Indeed, the proposed semi and versus single-detached mix was increased subsequent to the October 2nd meeting. We did see a change there. In fact, the developer's plans have changed significantly since the October 2nd meeting, public meeting, especially as it relates to timing and scope of infrastructure within the subdivision. There have been so many changes since October meeting that I would give up my 5 minutes just listing them. In our research, we found the new subdivision developments in Dresden and in Blenheim have been zoned R1 and R2. Why should the proposed Ridgetown Highland subdivision be any different? The existing R1 and R2 zoning meets the stated intent of the developer to create 131 lots with an average lot frontage of 45 feet. I therefore strongly encourage council to veto the request to rezone the land to RL3. RL1 and RL2 is an appropriate zoning for this subdivision given the developer's stated intention for 131 lots with an average of 45-foot frontage. In keeping with this information, we are requesting council to consider an RL1 zone designation with an amendment of 13.72 meters or 45 feet minimum lot frontage for this property. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Pat Taylor. On deck is Tyson Sheeler.
Good evening. Frankly, I'm confused. On October 2nd, residents of Ridgetown were told that the proposed Highland subdivision in Ridgetown would have 131 lots with an average of 45-foot frontage. Yet the initial proposal was to rezone to RL4, a minimum of 25-foot frontage. Now we've been told that the proposal was to rezone to RL3. I'm confused. Is the plan to build 131 lots with 45-foot frontage? Seems to me that the developer is envisioning more lots with smaller frontages. We were told that the subdivision's entire infrastructure would be built prior to commencing construction of the new homes, including grading of the 23 acres to ensure groundwater would not drain into the adjacent existing neighborhood, building a holding pond to contain the groundwater, placing catch basins on each lot to drain water to the holding pond, building all roads within the subdivision, and building a park. Now, we're told that the subdivision's initial infrastructure will no longer include a holding pond. Instead, a portion of the land will be deemed hazardous land, whatever that means. That there will be an open space, but not a park. And in the interim, most of the land will continue to be farmland. So again, I'm confused. We were told that the combination of land grading, catch basins on each lot, and the holding pond would ensure that the water would not drain into the adjacent neighborhood. And now there will not be a holding pond. Has the water drainage concern miraculously disappeared? It's only been 6 weeks since the developer held a public meeting. There have been so many changes since October 2nd that frankly, my head is spinning. 2 years ago, when the subdivision was first proposed, the mayor stated that this new development would increase Ridgetown's population by 8 to 12%. Its existing infrastructure in Ridgetown's southeast quadrant is 50+ years old. So again, I'm confused. How can our aging infrastructure support this level of new growth? I can only hope the council has done its due diligence and that it is confident that our existing infrastructure can accommodate the growth in this population. Ultimately, I do support new residential development in Ridgetown, but I do ask council to veto the proposed RL3 rezoning and maintain the RL1 and RL2 zoning that is currently in place for this land. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tyson Sheeler. On deck is Colleen Hawthorne.
First off, thank you for allowing the residents of Ridgetown to speak on this subject. Appreciate it, council. I'm here speaking not on behalf of myself, but on behalf of my 7-year-old son, Maxon Sheeler, and my 11-year-old son, Talon Sheeler. With that said, I'm going to read what I have in front of me. On October 2nd, the developer stated that the Highland subdivision could take 10, maybe 15 years from start to completion. It's a long, long time for neighbors with homes that back or front onto the new subdivision. Construction is not silent, not visually pleasing, and does not produce dustless activity, nor is it safe for our children and grandchildren who play in our backyards. We therefore ask that council insist that the developer build a 7-foot privacy fence behind Warwick and Cecil Street homes, including vacant lots that back onto the proposed subdivision. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Colleen Hawthorne. On deck is John Wilson.
Mayors and members of council, my name's Colleen. We own property on Warwick Street backing onto the proposed development. I'd like to speak on the zoning bylaw amendment. We want to be clear, we are not against the development of the subdivision. We all know that more homes are needed in Ridgetown. To put the development in perspective, if the same per capita were to be proposed in Chatham, you'd be looking at 2,000 lots backing onto adjacent established homes. How much time and consideration would administration spend on the logistics of this? Written within the municipal information for criteria of zoning changes for council, it is to do their due diligence with consideration to conformity with the official plan and compatibility with the adjacent uses of land. Suitability of the land for proposed purposes, including size and shape, adequacy of vehicular access, water supply, sewage disposal, last but not least, the risk of flooding. As taxpaying residents of Ridgetown, we are in opposition to the passing of the amendment bylaw as it has been presented for the following reasons. Changes to the stormwater management facility to hazard lands, current Ridgetown infrastructure, the fluidity of the requests to administration from the developer, zoning changes, and safety of the majestic eagle habitat that we have in that area as well. I'm going to speak only on the water. What impact does the current presentation for amendment have, and why so many changes to the plan? My hope is that you and we are here to ensure that the due process is being followed. Within the report, Baird E through Story Samway, information recommendations were provided. Since it was completed for the developer, it is more than likely the recommendations were a minimum requirement. If it's more than likely, now the developer is making changes to the plan. Are these changes still within the scope of proper development? Are the engineer's recommendations to the best interest of administration and of the lands of Ridgetown? The new rezoning block intended for the SWM is now changed to hazard land. What does that look like for the stormwater and the appropriately named Highland subdivision? What if there was a 100-year rainfall event? We all know water always wins. It has to go somewhere. I would assume that the SWM would be the best over a hazard land. Ridgetown has many groundwater ways, including Cecil and Elizabeth. Again, water always wins. Since the October 2nd public meeting, much has changed. Stormwater management, facilities, parks, leveling of land, completion of roads, sewers, curbs, to now being on a need basis. If approved, how can the residents be assured that the stormwater will not become an issue in the well-established adjacent properties? These proposed changes could have a significant impact on the timelines of major construction. If the previous promised roads, stormwater, curbs, etc., were to be completed, only the constructions of homes in the future would be the issue. Do you not agree this would be optimal? Much more appealing to the future residents and potential builders? Ridgetown's current infrastructure is aging. Our water tower is leaking and strongly affects water supply. Is our current infrastructure equipped to handle population increase? We do not understand how the City Planning Department supported the current proposal to be presented to Council for rezoning at this time, as the fluidity of the proposal has us all very confused and would be an injustice to the process if it were to be passed as written. As Councillor, your vote on this matters. It could have a significant impact on the municipality as a whole moving forward, as it will set a precedence. Please vote against the proposed amendment as written. And thank you to our local councillors for contacting us and for the councillors for their work to ensure that our communities are represented and heard. We as taxpayers appreciate your time. I cannot say enough that we are not against development within our community. We want to ensure due process procedures are followed to ensure that all required standards are upheld, and hope that you vote not in favor of the request amended bylaw as written. And thank you for your time. And if you do consider passing this amendment as written, with my personal immense disappointment, we would hope that you would require the developers to add a maximum height fencing to the existing adjacent properties, building lots, and road accesses. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker is John Wilson. On deck is Matt Giffen.
Yes, once again, thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak. I agree with all what my neighbors have been saying, so I'm not gonna, I also share the same concerns, so I'm not gonna touch base on those. The only thing I wanted to bring your attention to council was the traffic study that was done to support this application. When I read over it, it looks like the initial study itself was done on February 23rd, 2022, which is about 3 months short of almost 3 years ago. So that study's a bit dated, and I don't think it took into account the surrounding potential subdivisions that are going to be built in the future around between the land between Moore Road and between a Gulf Line, which is just beside where this potential subdivision is going to go. I think it's going to create a huge traffic issue, especially along Cecil. There's roads that are fairly, I'm not saying very narrow, but they're enough for 2 vehicles to go by. We have a large pedestrian traffic that does walk there. I have animals, so I walk them in the evening and in the mornings. There, if we get all that increased traffic for safety, there's no sidewalks, there's nowhere for me to go. Again, the study was conducted in February. I think if you conducted a study perhaps in the summertime, you would notice that there was a lot more people out there around our neighborhood walking and exercising. That's all I would have to say.
Thank you. Matthew Giffen has passed on his deputation, so I'll pass it over to John McDonald.
Good evening, and thanks for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the neighbors in Ridgetown. I love our community. I love the spirit and the small town feel of Ridgetown. I grew up in a really small community, and it feels like home. I've been here for about 8 years, 24 in Chatham-Kent. I'm not opposed to new developments if they complement what we have. I support and welcome development in Ridgetown, but with a couple caveats. First, I'd like to put the proposal into perspective. And I know my colleagues have touched on this a bit. The city of Chatham has a population 16 times the size of Ridgetown. We're not even 3,000 people. The proposed subdivision of 131 lots is the equivalent of a 2,000 lot subdivision in Chatham. Think about that for a moment. Think about a 2,000 lot new subdivision that was, say, happening next year in Chatham. Now factor in another piece, which is the Ontario's new Planning Act. That act allows for up to 3 dwelling units on a single lot. Think about that for a moment. Each of our 131 lots could potentially have 3 dwelling units on it. The 131 could, on the high side, become 369. In Chatham, a 2,000 lot subdivision could become 6,000 dwelling units. That probably isn't going to happen, but the wherewithal is there. We have a current listing in Ridgetown. It's at 100 Erie Street North. It's a brand new development, a brand new home, I should say. It's a semi-detached. That semi has a fully completed upstairs and a fully completed downstairs. It's being advertised as a duplex. So there's an example of 2 dwelling units on a single lot. Now, if a proposal was received in Chatham to build a 2,000 lot subdivision, how thorough would the rezoning and infrastructure due diligence be? Would it be as thorough or more thorough than the due diligence given to the proposed Ridgetown Highland subdivision? My bet is the review process, if you were looking at a 2,000 lot subdivision in Chatham, would be a little more rigorous. My colleagues have also mentioned that we've seen a lot of changes since the October 2nd public meeting. I won't touch on them anymore, but I will say there have been a lot of changes. We actually created some documents. A number of neighbors got together and created some documents and shared them with the municipality and others. And it details out some of the things that we struggle with, especially when you take into account that when the proposal was made on October 2nd, it was referred to as things could change. It could take 10 to 15 years for the community to be built. Lot sizes could change. The mix of semi to single detached could change. In fact, we've even seen a change since October the 2nd. What they've acknowledged is that ultimately the units will be built to accommodate market demand, whatever that timing might be. So one of our big concerns is that with the proposed zoning allowing for 34-foot lots, with those types of changes, we could see considerably more than 131 lots. I support the proposed subdivision development, but with two caveats. First, zoning needs to be R1 or R2. Maybe a combination of that. Not repeat R3. R3 is not being used in other similar types of neighborhood developments in other communities around Ridgetown, for example, Blenheim. Second, that council confirm that it has undertaken the appropriate level of due diligence and can confirm that Ridgetown's existing infrastructure can fully accommodate the proposed 131 lot development. Again, let's put this into perspective. 131 lots, each with one dwelling unit, would increase Ridgetown's population by 10%. Do the math. If more than one dwelling unit is built on each lot, or if there are more lots developed because it's R3, what will the number of new dwellings be? Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else present other than the applicants or their agent with an interest in this application? Please indicate by raising your hand if you'd like to speak. Yes, is there? Judy, go ahead.
When you come forward, please state your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Greg Babula. I'm an owner at 23 Warwick. Thank you for letting me speak without being on the agenda. Everyone here this evening, I agree with what they're saying, and I too am not opposed to any development. It can enhance our community. Like it's been said before, if it's done to match the existing type of community. This particular plan does not. We have one, from Ridgetown, we have one representative. If this plan were actually given to a Ridgetown Town Council, it would never see the light of day. So I urge all those to come and visit the site, visit Ridgetown, do the due diligence that everyone is asking, and give it the consideration that all of us have been asking. Thank you.
Mr. French, do you wish to share any comments regarding the report or the comments that you've heard? Come on up.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council, and to the general public that are here tonight and listening online. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight about the project in Ridgetown. Often, I tend to think it's better not to say things than say things when it's not necessary. But I do feel in this case there are a couple clarifications that I do need to provide. I indeed did provide a presentation on October 2nd at the Ridgetown College, and I can assure council and the members of the public that from an application perspective, from a subdivision perspective, not a single thing has changed, okay? As you're likely aware, that when an application is submitted, it gets reviewed by staff. And as a result of that staff review, oftentimes staff will make suggestions, or in fact, alter a recommendation as to a zone, in this case, for what we actually applied for. In Chatham-Kent, there are 8 residential low-density zones, and each of those 8 zones provides for varying performance standards such as lot frontage, lot area, and the types of dwelling units that are permitted. So in this case, we did in fact make an application to Chatham-Kent for an RL4 zone. And the reason for that was the RL4 zone performance standards, the lot frontage and lot areas, permitted the lot sizes that we were seeking. It permits a 45-foot frontage. It also permits the lot area. It was our opinion that it's better to have a simple RL4 zone than a more complicated and specific RL2, RL3 zone, for instance. So through discussions with Chatham-Kent administration up until even 5:30 tonight, the recommended zone, which is going before you tonight, does in fact place fairly strict limitations on a developer's ability to subdivide the parcels any further than what you see in front of you. In fact, the average lot size is indeed 45 feet. We do have a couple corner lots on the cul-de-sac, so to speak, which are approximately 43 feet. And that is simply because of the orientation of the corners. So the recommendation before you tonight does in fact permit what we applied for. Without question, it permits the singles, it permits the semis, it permits the lot sizes that we're seeking. The RL1 or RL2, for instance, which was suggested, both of those zones require lot sizes that we're not, or frontages, I should say, that we're not able to meet. They require 50 feet and, sorry, I'm using up my time here, apologize for that. 58 feet for an RL1 and 49 feet for an RL2. We're at 45 feet, save and accept 3 lots that are 43 feet and change. So again, nothing has changed from our application. Zoning, they're just labels, right? So whether a park is zoned open space or is zoned parkland, we defer to staff, we defer to the zoning bylaw. It's common practice to put a park into an open space zone. That makes it known that it's open for people. Chatham-Kent, for the stormwater management ponds, for instance, they often will flip-flop between hazard land zoning and open space zoning. In this situation, for whatever reason, I'll defer to staff on that. The zone classification on the stormwater management pond is hazard land. And, as the applicants, we're not objecting to that. We feel it is appropriate. You could go either way. So again, to council, I assure you that nothing has changed since October 2nd, as many have suggested. I also would like to implore you to understand that this is not an application for 2,000 lots. This is an application, regardless where it is, for 131 lots only. So please keep that in mind. Regarding stormwater management, great deal of effort with the developer, with staff, even with outside consultants under the Drainage Act. A lot of work has been done to assure that stormwater can be accommodated. Regarding fencing, I would suggest if that's something that staff or council wanted to see come into the mix, that at the draft plan to subdivision stage, that would be the appropriate, rather than put it into a zoning bylaw where it would be hard to control. And traffic, again, if for instance there are concerns over the timing of the traffic study and an update is requested by council, then draft plan of subdivision process would be another appropriate place for that. So my 5 minutes is up. I'm happy to answer any questions on behalf of the applicant. Yeah.
Council, do you have any questions of Mr. French? Councillor Bondi? Oh, sorry, Councillor Wright. Councillor Bondi. Okay. Councillor Wright, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Can. If your storm water, is that fit like for a 100-year storm or a 25-year storm, or what are we looking at?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Wright, I'm not an engineer. All I can say is that engineers did prepare a stormwater management report They went through a Drainage Act process also. So an outside consultant was hired to deal with the drainage reports, as well as Chatham-Kent staff has reviewed the stormwater management plan, as well as the Lower Thames Conservation Authority. So I can assure that based on the work done to date, that the capture of stormwater management is appropriate for this subdivision.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, now the water system, it'll be done first, the water runoff, like the water wastewater, or the groundwater will be done first before anything else is done?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Wright. There's an order of operations for any subdivision. Effectively, that would begin with grading for the most part. And regardless whether there's one lot or two lots, a stormwater management system has to go in, okay? So before any lots can be created, conveyed, they have to be serviced, okay? And that includes connection to an approved stormwater management facility.
And again, 131 lots, that can't change, like you can't subdivide that down lower. That's it, 131 lots.
Thank you. So again, the application before you, whether it's the draft plan of subdivision, the picture, or the recommendations of staff, it is requiring a minimum of 43 feet of frontage, okay, for a lot. Now, if for some reason, you know, a smaller lot size was deemed requested by the applicant, for instance, it would have to return to council. So again, the zoning will place a very strict limit on the minimum lot frontage, which in fact will prevent further subdivision. So again, if an application does come forward, it will have to go through a similar public process as we're here tonight, and you can make that decision at that point.
And the other thing, last thing is the fence. Like, I don't know if that's something staff will work with the developer or who they'll work with, but they've made it clear they'd like a fence back there,
Yeah.
7 foot high. Thank you.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councilor Wright once again. A fence, there is a municipal fence bylaw. There's nothing in the municipal fence bylaw which would require a 7-foot privacy fence between two residential uses. If it was an industrial use, for instance, then there is some language for fencing. I would suggest that the developer, again, upstanding in the community, wants to do good work, at the end of the day wants to be a good neighbor. And if council, again, through the draft plan of subdivision approval process, feels it necessary to include a condition that a fence go in, then I would defer to council on that. So I hope that answered your question, sir.
Councillor McDonald, followed by Councillor Bondi.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Caniff, and thank you, Mr. French, for being here to clarify some of the questions that have been asked. I just wanted to know, can you define what hazardous land that zone classification means?
I would like to defer to staff on that because I don't have a zoning bylaw in front of me. So I will wait for Ryan when he comes up to answer that question. That's okay.
Okay, yep, thank you. There was concerns about water as well. Maybe this is a staff question as well too, but will there be enough water supply to serve these homes when they're built?
I'll defer that to Ryan as well.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, Darren, and I know that Councillor McGregor has a question for you as well, so.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Darren Galbraith, General Manager, Chatham-Kent Public Utilities Commission. So I'm going to go by 2023 numbers on usage of water demand because 2024 was a wet year. Demand was lower. We were at 75% capacity in 2023. So that means we have about a million liters per day remaining. So at 131 homes, it's equivalent to 75 cubic meters or 75,000 liters. It won't even take up 1% of the remaining capacity. So there's plenty of water supply as there is now. We are going through EA for the South Kent water supply. It's on Let's Talk CK, and where we are looking at possible water coming from Erie Beach to Ridgetown, because as wells get older, the production does go down because of where we live with the sand in the wells. It's different than Oxford County where they're limestone and they're easily rehabbed. We can't rehab wells here, so. And
All right, great, thank you, Darren. I just have one last question. So if this passes, can the neighboring residents still be in touch with the developer to have their concerns addressed?
Again, the developer will maintain an open door policy. So I appreciate that with any construction activity, there are impacts to the neighborhood, noise, dust, et cetera. The municipality, and I would defer to staff on that, but they have effectively a development manual, which talks about dust control, if the roads get muddy, who's responsible for cleaning, et cetera. Any oversight, I would rely on staff and that development manual. But again, the Clarke Developments, they want to be they are a responsible developer, and they will ensure that what has to be done will be done.
Okay, great, thank you for clarifying, and I just wanted to also thank the residents for being here tonight to share your concerns. Those are all my questions, thanks.
Councillor Bondi, followed by Councillor Jubenville.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Mr. French? Like one of the speakers, I'm kind of confused. This zoning, if it goes to the RL3, I'm kind of repeating what you said, but so there's a requirement for the lots to be 45 feet frontage. And if that changes, it comes back here. Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Bondi. So again, there is a zoning bylaw amendment in front of council tonight, and the recommendation is to approve an RL3-1732 zone, and that RL3 zone permits certain performance standards under the root of that zone, whereas the 1732 will make certain allowances, and that certain allowance is to permit a slightly reduced frontage on a few of the lots that are corner lots. They're pie-shaped, so as you move back further into the lots get wider, but at the road, for instance, it's narrower. So again, the amendment is to permit effectively a 43-foot lot width minimum, okay? And if a lot needs to be smaller, for whatever reason, in the future, that request would have to come back to council. But that's not the plan. I'm sorry.
Well, thank you. And through you, Mayor Caniff. So when the residents are talking about this zoning is going to allow for 25-foot frontages, are they incorrect?
Through the mayor.
Sorry, I'll defer that to Ryan. You're getting questions that I guess the municipality, I believe, should be answering.
Okay.
Or
Yeah,
Ryan.
sure, whoever.
Yep.
Sure. I'll defer to Ryan on that.
Okay, I'll wait.
Councillor Jubenville?
Thank you, Mayor. I think I might ask a question to Ryan, but
Okay.
thank you, Mr. French.
All right. And Councillor C. McGregor, you have a question, of
Yes, it's
Galbraith.
of General Manager Darren Galbraith. In the deputations, somebody said that the water tower in Ridgetown was leaking. Could you just clarify the situation or deny or clarify that? Being on the PUC, I've not heard that there was a leak in the Ridgetown tower. So if you could just clarify that information for us, it would be great.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, the water tower is not leaking. What is near the top, within about the first foot to 2 feet from the very top, there's about 12 vents, small, around there. And if the high lifts don't shut off when they're supposed to and it overfills the tower, water will come out those holes. That's original. That Horton spheroid was built in the late 60s. Since then, we've put a better ventilation system on the top. Obviously, water comes in, air has to come out. Water goes out, air has to come in. If you don't, you get, it happened in Chatham where the vent failed and the top of the water tower sucked in. Also, what will happen in the summertime is condensation. You get condensation coming down the hydrospheroid and wind will blow and it will feel like it's leaking or raining, but there's no leaks in the water tower. It is not in the grade of repair and paint, but we're waiting on the EA to build another water tower, which Ridgetown does need.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I will pass over the floor over to Ryan, if there's any comments you'd like to make.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I appreciate the opportunity to make some comments. I've categorized these somewhat, please bear with me, but the first comment I would like to make is I reviewed the application by the applicant when it was submitted. I attended the developer open house on October 2nd, and I've continued to oversee the review of this application in preparation of this report until tonight's meeting, and I can confirm with council that the application by the developer did not change throughout that whole process. There's been several comments tonight regarding lot frontage. The base RL3 zone, which is proposed tonight, does allow a 12-meter or 40-foot frontage. In the site-specific recommendation for this zone, there's also an area limit imposed. So when it's been said by the developer, Mr. French, that they cannot go smaller than 45 feet, that's because if the lots became smaller, they would be deficient in the zoning for lot area, right? Because area would be a function of depth and frontage. So while the frontage in the bylaw would seem that 40 meters is permissible, those lot sizes would actually be prevented by the zoning bylaw. However, that said, if it suits council, I would recommend that in the site-specific zoning bylaw, that a specific frontage of 13 meters or approximately 43 feet be added to the zoning bylaw before it is voted on tonight. I know that it's of no material consequence to the proposed subdivision layout, and it would add a level of certainty with regard to the zoning regulations. Next, with regard to zoning classifications, this was touched on a little bit as well. It's common across Chatham-Kent that municipal parks are zoned open space or OS1. There might be some inconsistencies across the board, but we have a lot of parks and our zoning bylaw has been around for a very long time, but in this time we're zoning them OS1. Through the subdivision approval, the developer will have a responsibility in the first phase of the development to provide the parkland property to the municipality, graded and seeded, and with a storm sewer service to that property. At that point, the parkland becomes under the ownership of Chatham-Kent. It becomes a capital asset that's managed through our Parks Department, and the improvement of that park, such as the installation of equipment, trees, paths, benches, would be prioritized through the municipality's capital planning process by our IES department. And prior to that, there would be some public consultation with the surrounding area. There would be a review of what some of the demographics are, what they're projected to be, so that when the municipality ultimately improves that park with structures and facilities, that they're best suited to meet the needs of the residents of Ridgetown today and over the long term. With regard to the hazard land zone in the eastern corner of the property, the hazard land zone is typically the zone that we apply to properties that contain a stormwater management facility. This property as well will be conveyed to the ownership of the municipality once it's completely constructed, inspected, and assumed under our ownership during the first phase of this development as well. So I believe those were the very specific comments related to the zoning in particular. I'll touch on a number of other items as well. There was a mention of an eagle's nest, a bald eagle's nest in an adjacent woodland. That's true. As such, the developer prepared an environmental impact statement, is what it's called, by a professional with that expertise, and prepared a report and made a number of recommendations or suggestions. These recommendations will specifically be included in the draft plan of subdivision conditions of approval at that stage. But a couple of the high points there of the recommendations is that it did support the stormwater management facility being at the eastern extent of these lands, as that is the extent that's closest to the woodlot, which actually would move house construction and those activities, that much further from the woodland. It also recommended that the construction of the stormwater management facility itself and any sort of adjacent infrastructure be conducted outside of the nesting window for the bald eagle, which I don't have the exact dates, but I believe it's sort of early summer and through the summer. So, construction of that particular element of the subdivision would need to avoid those dates. There were other certain comments regarding infrastructure. Very high level, I just wanted to touch on stormwater. It's been brought up several times. So, and I think a couple of these comments haven't been specifically stated, but there will be new streets in this subdivision if it is developed, and each of those streets underneath of it will have a storm sewer pipe. None of these pipes will be connected at any point to the existing storm sewer network in Ridgetown. Council may be aware of the Ridgetown Storm Master Plan, which is a very detailed document which has assessed the aging condition and function of the existing Ridgetown storm sewer, and there's certainly a capital plan to address that over the coming years. This sewer system will keep stormwater that lands on the roads and people's properties out of the existing system, direct them to the stormwater management facility, and that, or being the pond. The pond will release that water into the Whitman drain at a rate that's similar to an agricultural field runoff rate. And it was also mentioned that this project went through a Drainage Act process. That's true. The existing municipal drain, which comes up to the edge of this property, will be improved as per the recommendations of the drainage engineer and approved by the Drainage Board. And ultimately, the bylaws were passed by this council. The costs of those Whitman drain improvements will wholly be assessed to the developer, and those improvements will be required again prior to the final registration of the first phase of this plan of subdivision. Lastly, on the issue of offense, it's certainly something that administration will take back and consider. There will be further consultation with the developer on that item, and when the draft plan of subdivision report comes back to council, it will be transparent within that report what the recommendations are with regard to the fence, but I don't have a recommendation at this time on that particular item. So if there's any other questions, that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'll open up for questions. Councillor Bondi, I defer to question that you had there, and Councillor Juvenville as well. So Councillor Bondi?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So Ryan, these folks can rest assured that because I think that's the major concern here is the lot sizes, right? So if I'm understanding you, although they may have the ability in the bylaw to shrink the frontage, it's not going to work because they wouldn't achieve the square meters or footage required by the bylaw. Because if the front shrinks, the depth doesn't expand, therefore they're not going to, the lot wouldn't successfully be the size that it has to be. So we can say definitively that the lot sizes, except for a few exceptions on turns or corners, will be 43 feet at a minimum, keeping the development at 131 units. We can say that and stick to it.
I can say that.
Huh?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can say that the vast majority of the 131 lots will meet 45 feet. There are some bulbs and lots that are fitted in that are between the 43 and 44 foot frontage range.
Okay, well, I think that will reassure people. Okay, I get the math. Okay, thanks, which I usually don't, but I do today. Thanks.
Councillor Juvenville?
Thank you, Mayor. I was basically just going to ask the same question, just to confirm, because I think that's one of the biggest concerns of the residents is that this isn't going to expand into a huge subdivision, and it's not going to surpass the 131 lots. So you've kind of given us some assurance that that's not going to happen. So I think that's good for the people to hear. Thank you.
Any other questions of Ryan before then I'll seek for motions to put on the floor? Councillor Crew?
Thank you. Ryan, you said that we should add 13 meters into this recommendation?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Yes, I would recommend adding a frontage maximum, or frontage minimum, rather, of 13 meters. I'll defer to the clerk. I don't recall if this was moved and how that process would work.
We don't have a mover or seconder.
Yes, well, what I was going to do, I was going to defer to the local councillors for that. I assume that that's what they're going to put on the floor?
Sure.
If you're okay with it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I just want to make sure that that 14 or 13 meters is included.
Okay.
So whoever moves it.
All right, so I'll have Councillor Wright, Councillor McDonald put this on the floor, please.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Is there anything you wanted to add, Councillor Wright?
Yes, thank you, through the mayor. The 13 meters again, that's for the corner lots, is it not? Basically being changed for?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. There's about 5 or 6 lots that are less than 45 feet. 45 feet is 13.7 meters. That would be most of the lots, and yes, there's about 5 or 6. That would be about 43, 44 feet.
And again, I'd hope you could work with the planner and the residents to see about getting a fence. That's kind of important to them up there. But that's in the future. Thank you.
I just want to address, you were suggesting that it goes from 12 meters to 13 meters? Is that, correct me if I'm wrong?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Caniff. I would recommend that the bylaw as presented in the report be modified by adding a lot frontage minimum of 13.0 meters.
So that increases from the 12 that is currently? Sorry,
That's correct.
Correct. So would you like to put that in the motion as well, Councillor Wright?
Yes, I'll move it to 13.
Okay. Okay, so we'll make sure we adjust the bylaw accordingly then based on your recommendation. So it'll ensure that every lot has to be at least 43 feet. Perfect. Okay, any other questions related to this before we put it to vote? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 15-0. Moving on to 12D, applications for official plan amendment, OPA number 81, and zoning bylaw amendment 100736988 Ontario Inc., 100736990 Ontario Inc., and 100736993 Ontario Inc., and 100736994 Ontario Inc., 255 Lark Street, Community of Chatham City. I received one conflict of interest, Councillor Story. We had 2 emails that were emailed to council as deputations, and we have 3 people present this evening, so I'll pass it over to Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. The municipality has received applications for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for a property located in Chatham. This property is located at the municipal address of 255 Lark Street, and it is the parcel of land which contains the building that was formerly the Monsignor Ewan Catholic Elementary School. The property is approximately 4.5 acres in area, and it has frontage on 2 local streets in the neighborhood, both Lark Street and Partridge Crescent. And it's notable that it also backs on to a public park, being Lark Park. The current zoning is institutional. This zoning is in place as it implemented the use that was formerly located on the property, being an elementary school. In the Chatham-Kent official plan, these lands are designated residential area and are planned for residential uses over the long term. To provide some neighborhood context, this neighborhood in Chatham is affectionately referred to as Birdland. It consists of many low-density residential lots. These are shown on the map in the lighter purple. There are some properties fronting Baldoon Road that contain medium-density residential uses, as reflected in the medium purple type coloring. And further outside of this subdivision, opposite on Kyle Drive South, there is high-density residential uses, specifically being the Trillium Village development, as well as some adjacent high-density uses. There are some institutional uses in the vicinity of the property. There on McNaughton Avenue, there are retirement/long-term care home uses. To the east, there's the campus that contains a number of government buildings, both provincial government and municipal government buildings on Courthouse Lane, as well as the youth soccer fields and skate park. As well as I mentioned, there is some open space zoning in the area. Lark Park is zoned open space, and there is a trail network that connects Lark Park to approximately 6 different points or different streets within the Birdland subdivision. Lastly, there are some highway commercial zones and district commercial zones, mainly along Grand Avenue West, and this is where there's a number of commercial developments originally developed as the Thamesley Plaza, and that is expanded and changed over time as this subdivision has evolved and matured over the years. As far as road classifications in the official plan, the site is in proximity to 3 urban arterial roads. These are our highest order of roads and are meant to convey both local and regional traffic through the city and the municipality. These are McNaughton Ave West, Kyle Drive South, and Grand Avenue West. An urban collector road is sort of the next tier of roads within the community. These are often designated and planned to serve different regions or neighborhoods within a community, in this case within Chatham. And an urban collector road here through the Birdland neighborhood is Baldoon Road, and it extends from Kyle Drive South north to McNaughton Avenue and extends further north out into the country from there. The rest of this neighborhood is consisted of the local road classifications. Lark Street and Partridge Crescent are also designated in this road category. And these roads are really local roads to serve the day-to-day needs of development located in this particular area on those specific streets. The official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications that the municipality has received are ultimately in pursuit of a new residential development. The proposed development would include removal of the existing school building and the development of new buildings on the property. The plan being presented at the moment on the screen is a conceptual site layout or site plan that is provided by the applicant and serves as the basis of context for all of the additional applications and studies that have been submitted and reviewed by staff and made available to the public. It consists of 8 stacked row house buildings. So a row house is a term that's used interchangeably with townhouse. Typically a townhome unit is individual units connected by a shared common vertical wall, and anywhere from 3, say, to 8 units might be present in a townhome. A stacked townhome is similar with one notable difference in that not only are the units divided vertically side by side, but they can also be divided horizontally, whereas in one sort of bank or section of the townhome, there can be a lower and an upper, or even 3, a lower, a middle, and an upper unit within that bank. But what differentiates a stacked row house from, say, an apartment building is that while a stacked row house may have a similar number of units as an apartment, it has no interior lobby or hallway or elevator bank. A stacked row house is A type of building, type of house that I can't even tell you if we have any in Chatham-Kent, but they are certainly becoming more common, you know, across the province and across Canada. So this site across those 8 buildings would contain 160 residential units, all being stacked townhome units. And the site would also include 210 off-street parking spaces. And as shown on the plan, the site would be accessed at 2 points on 2 local roads, one being Lark Street and the other being Partridge Crescent. What's being displayed now is an architectural rendering submitted by the applicant. And I share this for context. As I said, this is sort of a new style of housing being proposed in the municipality. While the applications before council tonight do not propose to regulate how these buildings are divided internally, this is merely for informational purposes that based on everything that's been submitted through this application package, there would be 4 stories in these buildings. The lower story would be partially constructed into the ground and accessed with an independent door, and there would be 1 townhome unit on that level. The second story, which is slightly above finished grade, would also have an independent access and be 1 singular unit. From there, the second or the third and fourth stories, finally, would also contain 2 units, but rather than being a unit on the 3rd floor and a unit on the 4th floor, each unit is shifted, whereas they both begin on the 3rd floor and they are 2 stories in and of themselves. So while these buildings appear to be a 4-story building, which they are, they're actually 3 units high because, like I said, that upper unit is a 2-story unit. So the first application I mentioned is the official plan amendment. There's a very specific reason why an official plan amendment was required. I know, you know, council isn't often asked to change public policy before it considers an implementing zoning bylaw or regulation, but in this case, this application was received and supported with various studies and reports. So in the Chatham-Kent official plan, there are public policies that talk about different densities for residential neighborhoods. So density is basically just the number of residential units in a given area. So we talk about density in terms of units per hectare. So number of dwelling units per hectare. So on local streets in our official plan, low density uses and medium density uses are both supported by current public policy. And the threshold for low density uses is 25 units per hectare. For context, I can tell you that most, you know, single detached residential subdivisions build out somewhere in the range of, you know, maybe 12 to 16 units per hectare. The official plan policies for medium density uses encourage up to 75 units per hectare. This development as proposed goes beyond that 75 unit per hectare threshold. And that is the reason why an official plan amendment is required. Had this development been 75 units or less, it would only be a zoning bylaw amendment application. So the number of units proposed at this site are 160. That translates to 88 units per hectare. So slightly over that 75 unit medium density threshold. And for council's information, the high density policies would go all the way up to 150 units per hectare on a high density property. So the official plan amendment as recommended to council tonight would apply policies that are specific to just this property and not all properties across Chatham-Kent, only this property at Lark Street. The specific policies to be added to the official plan are threefold. They would firstly permit a multi-unit stacked row house development consisting of 160 residential units. That policy recommendation essentially would allow a zoning bylaw to be passed at the 88 unit per hectare density. But the wording is very, very specific in that this policy would not then allow that density for an apartment building or some other built form. That policy really would only allow that density for stacked row house buildings. The second part of the official plan amendment, as recommended, is a policy to say that this development cannot exceed 4 stories. And that height limit would be codified through the zoning bylaw, which is the next application. And that's important too in terms of public policy, because there are multiple ways to achieve 160 residential units. You could have a much taller building. So in order to, sort of put some parameters around this through public policy, that I think that's a thoughtful policy that would ensure the built form, maintains some resemblance to what might be in the vicinity, or at least be sympathetic to surrounding existing land uses. The third part of the proposed official plan policy that would apply to this site would relate to the site plan control phase of the development. If both the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment are approved tonight, the landowner would proceed to a site plan control application, which is a very technical proposal, that sets out specific site features and servicing and things of that nature. But this policy specifically would require the developer to install and take on the full expense of the installation of a sidewalk on the municipal right-of-way on Lark Street, all the way from Dove Place, which is just sort of north of this property, all the way to the existing sidewalk on Baldoon Road, as well as an appropriate street crossing on Baldoon Road. Second part of that is that if there is a open and accessible gate or opening in a fence in the rear yard facing Lark Park, then the developer would be required to install a typical asphalt pathway to municipal standards from the rear property line of this property to connect to the existing asphalt pathway. It's maybe 20 or 25 feet or so into the existing pathway at Lark Park. There is some flexibility with that pathway policy in particular, because the developer has not yet shown plans that detail a fence and what type of openings will be there, but that policy would provide that opportunity for council or the municipality at the site plan approval stage. That moves us on to the application for zoning bylaw amendment. So all of the existing official plan policies and the proposed site-specific official plan policies are now, they would now be ready to be implemented by a regulation, that being the zoning bylaw. So the base zone, RM2, or residential medium density second, that is the closest zone in our zoning bylaw now that we would have in comparison to the proposed use. That RM2 zone does permit townhomes today. So the recommendation in the report is to adopt a zoning bylaw that permits a stacked row house dwelling as an additional permitted use. And there's a definition of stacked row house dwelling included in the proposed zoning bylaw. And it would also include a number of site-specific regulations or performance standards that would be applicable to this property for a stacked row house dwelling use. I'll go through them very briefly here. The first one is an interior side yard width minimum of 6.25 meters. The interior side yards are basically all of the yards that on the other side are an existing single detached dwelling in this neighborhood. It's not the frontage on Lark or Partridge, and it's not the rear on Lark Park. It's all of the other side yards. The 6.25 meters is a little more than half the height of the building. So essentially, through pre-consultation with the developer and as a result of hearing much public comment, both at the Developer Public Information Center, as well as through direct communication with Planning Services, the initial conceptual site plan has actually been changed prior to public notice being given and prior to the drafting of this report, that the buildings were pushed a little bit further away from the interior lot lines to make sure they're at least half the height of the building away from those lot lines. Front yard and rear yard, typical to the RM2 zone, 25 feet or 7.62 meters. Lot coverage, again, typical to the RM2 zone, 45% lot coverage. That's the coverage of buildings on the property, no changes there. In implementing the proposed official plan policy, the maximum density per lot would be regulated at 88 units per hectare. Like I said, right now, as of right, we could go 75 units per hectare, and maximum building height is 12.15 meters. That building height would accommodate the building as conceptually proposed. That's a 4-story building with the lower story being partially in the ground, as well as a peaked roof above the 4th story. All that being said, it is recommended that Official Plan Amendment D09CO2240, being Official Plan Amendment number 81 in Block P, Plan 644, to designate the subject property into a new site-specific policy area B.2.3.19 to establish policies for a multi-unit residential development as described in this presentation in the Planning Services report. And 2, it is recommended that zoning bylaw amendment application file number D14C2524O to implement Official Plan Amendment number 81 to rezone the subject parcel to medium density, residential medium density second, exception 1733, to permit a stacked row house dwelling as an additional permitted use and to establish site-specific regulations for such use as described in the planning report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 3 deputations that I'm aware of to start with. First up is Jerry Corso. On deck is Costo Papa. And I'll remind the deputations again that the 5-minute timer is on the screen.
Mayor Caniff, Council, thank you for having me. My name is Jerry Corso. I live on Partridge Crescent. I'm retired from Chatham-Kent, where I served as Manager of Public Works South. They told me in retirement I wouldn't have to do this, but I'm back. Some of the concerns, obviously, with this development are density and height. There's some people that are very concerned about that. But I'm going to be speaking more on the submission of the petition that I had of the 49 homes on Partridge Crescent. We support the new development, but strongly oppose granting access to Partridge Crescent. One access point is standard. The development address is 255 Lark Street, not Partridge. And in the event of an emergency, all emergency vehicles would respond to this address. Lark Street, 1.4 kilometers, and Partridge Crescent, 500 meters, do not intersect. However, by allowing access on both Lark and Partridge, it would create a shortcut for traffic similar to having a front and back driveway, enabling vehicles to bypass the 4-way stop at Lark and Baldoon and transitioning out to the east. Lark also transitions out to the west as well as to the north on Crane to McNaughton. Partridge does not. It's only to Baldoon. This shortcut route would route traffic through a roadway not controlled by Chatham-Kent, raising enforcement concerns. Other large complexes, such as Baldoon Apartments, Baldoon Village Suites, and Trillium Village, each have only one entrance. Yes, I know, they were built in the 70s. Maybe things have changed. But no, even the new Park Place development with twin 6-story buildings only has one access point with a loop all the way around both buildings. At the Public Information Center, it was noted that access to Partridge was not needed for the development and was opposed by residents. However, the consultant responded, access to Partridge, where the subject parcel maintains frontage, is desired by the developer, to provide emergency services, facilitates site egress and ingress, and ease traffic volumes on Lark. Lark Street is 1.4 kilometers long. Functions similar to Baldoon, which is an urban collector. So Lark Street would be an urban collector for birdland. All birds go into Lark, except for Finch and Partridge Crescent. It does not require traffic relief for the projected 210 vehicles that are going to be parked at the old Monsignor Ewan or the new development. Fire service requirements can be met by having fire trucks within 50 feet of the building, and they have access through the continuous loop. You can ask Chief Case if that's correct. They just want 50 feet. They want their trucks in front of that building. In discussion with my neighbors over the past few months, we agreed to accept the new development, but it must affect all roadways in birdland equally. Partridge Crescent has remained a quiet crescent for 60 years. We have some 60-year members still. They're in their 80s, they still walk. That would change for them. Let's not transform it into a through street for this development. It is neither necessary nor required. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Costa Papa, and on deck is Julie O'Rourke.
Good evening, councillors, mayor. I don't know if I can say too much after what Jerry said. I think he said it as clear as possible. What I can say is I want you to always keep in mind that most of the neighbors in Berland are supporting housing, are supporting this development, and we will love to see a beautiful and vibrant community. But there is a big but. This development is not on the edge of Chatham. Keep in mind, it's not on the skirts of Chatham. They are building inside a 60 years old neighborhood. So they are building a medium density inside of the 60 years old neighborhood. And you can do this, no problem, but you have to disrupt as little as possible the neighbors around. And you don't have to be an expert like Mr. Ryan here to see that they took every single provincial and local bylaw and they went to the minimum. Like I saw, the planning department forced them a little bit to go out from that minimum because they were obviously looking for maximum profit here. And there were some red flags and some issues that the residents said at the public information meeting, but apparently we were like hoping that at least one from those concerns are going to be implemented, and we're going to see a little bit of different project here. Other things that I ask you to do is to ask the planning department for some updated studies, because some of these studies that are into this project are questionable. All the data are having a little bit of maybes, probablys. We were there, we saw how they did that traffic study. They didn't take in consideration the traffic on Partridge. They just put a camera on the collector of Lark and Baldoon, a traffic camera, but they didn't look at the traffic on Partridge. They didn't look at any other traffic. And when you see code from the information that we received from the traffic study, when we see traffic comparison potentially comparable to earlier school traffic from the old Monseigneur School. So, well, I guess the person that wrote that thing down never had a kid or never saw the traffic. How was the school traffic when the school was opening, and how packed was Lark and how jammed was Partridge. That brings me to the other point of what Jerry said with the Partridge entrance, which I don't know why the developer didn't listen to this concern from the residents on Partridge. And I'm sure they didn't listen even the story recommendation that you can skip the Partridge exit. What I ask you is to see if this can be done better, and it can be done better, because this is a unique project. You never actually voted on something like this. This is actually unique in Chatham-Kent. There is no such thing. And you may create a precedent if you vote for this. We love that neighborhood. At the end of the day, after this will build, and we hope it's gonna be built properly the right way, we're gonna still be there, and we'd love to see a vibrant community in the middle of Burland. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and next speaker is Julie O'Rourke.
I've lived in my home for over 35 years in Birdland, and it backs onto the school property. I bought my home because of the neighborhood. I can't understand why there would be allowed such a high-density residence to be built amongst low-density. Those streets, like Lark and Partridge, are not equipped for such a high-density apartment building or condos. Those belong on Park Street or Grand Ave. Once this decision is made, we can't go back if it's wrong, if it destroys our neighborhood. It could come back to haunt us, just sort of like the downtown mall situation. In this time of global warming, I don't know why we would allow a green space to be almost completely covered with concrete and have a few dozen trees removed. If anything, at least the trees should be relocated to the park. There are ways. I think this is backward thinking. It's interesting to note that Windsor has made the bold decision of reducing wastewater rates to residential properties and increasing them to properties with impervious surfaces, which this would be. I would think at the very least, those of us on the perimeter should have our wastewater rates decreased. And it should be based on water usage anyways. Chatham has done its fair share of increasing housing. And let's face it, a lot of this housing is not ending up in the hands of Chatham people. Some of them are out-of-town landlords or even out of the country. Our small city charm is rapidly disappearing. Do we really need to destroy a lovely, low-density neighborhood with a high-density housing? It might not even be necessary. Currently, there's probably a dozen houses in my neighborhood that are not selling. So is that because we're having this built, or is it because we don't need as much housing? I think at the very least, we need to reduce the number of units. Birdland, as with other neighborhoods in Chatham, have constant concerns about storm runoff, flooding, and water in our basements. We've even noticed in our neighborhood a negative impact since they did the drilling and the pounding a few years ago for fiber optics. We're also very concerned about the parking on our side roads if there's not enough at the complexes. CTV News even aired a few months back about a neighborhood in Windsor that was negatively impacted because of a high-density apartment building. And they actually had physical altercations in their neighborhood over parking spots. We need to look no further than actually a subdivision in Chatham with medium-density housing, and the neighbors are actually at each other's throats. This is a new subdivision, and some people who have recently bought there are actually moving because it's impacted their lifestyle so much. They'll lose thousands of dollars and have had their dream destroyed. And I just want to list the negative effects on our neighborhood. So parking issues, sewer, flooding issues, noise over the next few years with construction, and then the noise from having that many more people in the neighborhood. Safety issues on our small roads. Lark Street is all curves. There's no sidewalks. And even the small amount of sidewalk, I don't know that would help. There'll be pollution from increased traffic, a negative effect on our local wildlife. And of course, often when there's sidewalks, there's increased property taxes. There'll be pollution from increased traffic, and we like our trees, we like having lots of green, and we're gonna lose that. We've heard of the term daylight robbery, which was coined hundreds of years ago due to bad government policies and greed. And those of us backing onto these buildings that are, I guess, 4 stories tall, we're not gonna have any sunshine in our backyards. I won't have any sun coming in my windows because it'll be right behind me. I'd like to make a list of positive effects on our neighborhood, but I couldn't think of one. So basically, an out-of-town developer who's only here to make money is more important to a local government than us from Chatham who have been paying taxes here and have a vested interest. At the very least, we need to lower the density of this. And I'll just leave it at that.
Is there anyone else present other than the applicant or the agent with an interest in the application? If so, please do raise your hand. Seeing none. The applicant, is there anything you'd like to add based on the comments made?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to admit, I was a little bit jealous watching Ryan stand up here and drink a bottle of water. And after that first application, I'm wishing I had one too, but that's good. I'll try to keep this short. Projects like this, infill projects where you have surplus lands available, the provincial planning statement speaks very strongly to supporting this type of development. And that in itself goes a long way to provide the housing that the province is seeking. Oh. Thank you, sir. Much better. Thanks, Ryan. So when the current owners purchased this property, they had done their homework. They looked at the site itself. They looked at the neighborhood. They researched all the servicing constraints, water, stormwater, sanitary, et cetera. And at the time, they made a decision to go ahead and purchase the property for the purpose of the plan that you have in front of you tonight. So when the developer and our office approached the municipality of Chatham-Kent with this plan, they provided direction for a complete application, which is standard for Planning Act applications. And that direction provided a number of required submission components, a planning justification report, a public information center, which we held at the school and was very well attended, and I thank the neighbors for coming out for that, a traffic impact study, stormwater management plan, et cetera. And all of those studies were done, all of the required components were provided. And I appreciate one of the comments about the traffic study, for instance, perhaps being outdated. When it was completed and when it was reviewed by the municipality, it was deemed to be acceptable. And I do note that the traffic study, the engineer on behalf of the municipality, did indicate that they wanted the developer's traffic engineer to review a couple more things, sharpen their pencils, and make revisions. So the traffic engineer went back, reviewed the additional components that the municipality requested, provided a report, and was received by the municipality. leading eventually to this application being deemed complete and us being here tonight. So again, the project from our perspective, from a planning perspective, is very appropriate at this location. Granted, the density is slightly larger than the medium density would provide, but it's not uncommon to make an application to amend the official plan to increase the density. And when you do that, you basically look at what the site, what the area can service. So again, through the studies, we have proven that the traffic generated by this development can be accommodated. The stormwater management can be accommodated. There is adequate servicing capacity for water and sanitary. So in that regard, from a technical perspective, there really is no reason why the density cannot function to what's being proposed today. And I also appreciate the concerns about Partridge Crescent and the concerns of the Partridge residents. This property is somewhat special in that it actually provides frontage on two separate streets. And in the case of the policies, there are no policies at a municipal level which would prevent access from one or both of those lot frontages. So as such, it is the desire of the developer to provide access for the residents onto Partridge. And there are a couple reasons for that. One is safety. Mr. Jacques did talk about, or I should say one of the neighbors in their deputation talked about the need for emergency services. That is true, but it's also needed for emergency egress for the residents. For instance, if one of the units, hope it never happens, were to catch fire or something like that, or Lark Street was to be blocked off for whatever reason, the residents of the development would have an opportunity to go down Partridge to safety. So again, the developer sees it as a benefit for bringing emergency services in. It also sees it as a benefit for getting residents out in such a time. So again, the traffic study does support the traffic on Partridge. It supports the area intersections, and again, it's the planning opinion that the development is appropriate, and we urge council to approve it as recommended by staff. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but that.
Any questions of Mr. French? Try and keep cognizant that Mr. Jacques is coming up next, so if there's any general policy questions, reserve those for him. Councillor Bondi, you had a question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Canf. Well, maybe more of a comment or a question, but I understand the concern on Partridge in that it's going to significantly change the character of the Crescent. So is it possible to make an amendment to remove that? Like, I understand, if Lark Street happened to be closed down, that would be a problem. But that goes with any street. Like, if Victoria is closed down, well, I'm in trouble. But, I think that's probably a never going to happen scenario. And what would close down be? Not many things stop fire trucks, right? So I understand that that little crescent would be significantly impacted. And I don't think it is necessary, like most developments like this do have one way in and one way out, even the newest development. So I don't know how I would go about that to amend the plan.
I would,
Wait for Ryan?
Mr. Jacques gets up, then when we put on the floor, you can put that out there, subject to what Mr. Jacques has to say.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. French? All right, Mr. Jacques, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Is your questions for Mr. French? Mr. Jacques? Okay. Mr. Jacques are going to do his statement, and then I'll go to.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Canf. Happy to jump right into questions.
Do you have anything to say first? If you don't, well, I'll get right into questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not specifically at this time, no.
Okay, Councillor Crew, followed by Councillor Finn.
Thank you, Ryan. So my question was along the same line as Councillor Bondi. So, and I also want to maybe get Chief Case's opinion about the Partridge entrance. So it was said that it's the desire of the developer wasn't something that was required for access. Can you elaborate on that? And does this need to be in that design? And I'll always, safety trumps everything, but that's my question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For this question, I would have to rely on the fire chief to address the safety concern.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The building code and the fire code both give details about access and egress, but the best case scenario is two means of access and egress. One being the fact that if fire trucks are in the property, for example, if fire trucks are dealing with an incident, we might need to get an ambulance in and out. So we would always seek to have two ways in and out, and we've seen this come up a number of times over the years with building developments where we've tried to get two ways of getting in and out of any place for the safety of the community, councillor.
Thank you. All right. Trees. So we talked about privacy, and I know we can't tell developers to put a fence up for privacy, but could we, when is the proper time to ask a developer to plant perhaps some of those tall growing cedars that grow really fast to help protect the privacy of the backyards of the neighbors in the single-family dwellings?
Yeah, so the planting of trees would be part of, the planning world is part of a landscaping plan, and a landscaping plan can be required at the site plan approval stage, as the trees and other landscaping form part of the plan of the site itself. I've attended this site on a number of occasions leading up to this council meeting, and I have observed that there are on the interior side yards in many areas, there are trees that currently provide sort of a visual separation type of buffer from the former school property to the adjacent residential properties. On the property line, there are currently a number of very mature tall cedar trees, but not at all points. And there is a grove of trees sort of on the north side adjacent to the school that those trees in all likelihood would be removed as part of this development. So there would be an opportunity for further tree planting to fill in any gaps that might be present after construction.
Okay, and would council have the opportunity to have input at that point? Or is this the last time we see this?
Informally, yes. Formally, no. There's a couple of reasons for that. Admittedly, the municipality doesn't have landscaping design guidelines for private developments, so we may accept a landscaping plan, but also we would rely on whatever professional staff we have to actually review that landscaping plan to ensure it is appropriate. And on the issue of site plan approval itself, this current government of Ontario last year or the year before, in one of its many amendments to the Ontario Planning Act, actually specifically removed the ability for municipal councils to give site plan approval and required that site plan application approvals be delegated to an agent of council, which in Chatham-Kent's instance is municipal staff, myself actually.
Okay. So the neighbors are have concerns. So would they be able to give more input on those landscape and site plan approvals?
Yes, they would. So the planning department's contact information is on the municipal website. You can email ckplanning@chatham-kent.ca or call through to 311, and myself or one of the planners is always open for a conversation with the resident of Chatham-Kent. I think first we'd like to hear very specific concerns or ideas, and then at the very least there would be an opportunity for municipal administration to respond on and advise on the decision that was made and why. And of course, that could also be shared with council in the future as well.
Okay, so you would be the agent of council and would be listening to the neighbors and helping them with these landscape and site plan issues?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'm sorry, Angela and Jerry, I cannot go against the fire chiefs. That's me. Yeah, but anyway, that's, I can't support that one, but we can look at another one on Lark, maybe.
Yeah, if I can, I know the chief was specifically asked a question about, you know, whether, what the code says in terms of egress, but there are solutions to situations like this, so maybe the chief can come up and address that. Chief? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Dugan. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're just discussing, there are some options we've seen in the past where breakaway concrete bollards are available so that there isn't natural access for everybody, but in an emergency, we're quite good at getting through that type of system. But again, I'm speaking outside of my comfort zone in terms of what the building code would require. But I can say that if that was available in this circumstance, we would probably be able to deal with that situation.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I have some additional comments on traffic as they relate to the traffic impact study that was prepared by the developer. Obviously, the provision of emergency services is among the highest and most important priorities of this municipality. However, in review of this application, there are other planning opinions with regard to having two accesses on this site. As I noted at the top of the presentation, this site is located on a local road network and exceeds that 75 units per hectare density. And just for context, 75 units per hectare would equate to 135 units. So the density increase equates to 25 additional units out of the 160. But because these are located on local roads, as you've heard tonight from residents, they enjoy lower levels of traffic. So there will be a change no matter what is developed here in the future on Lark and on Partridge. The traffic impact study has indicated that this development is forecast to generate, on a weekday, 72 trips in the morning peak hour, which is between 8 and 9 a.m. So it's 72 trips between 8 and 9 in the morning, and 89 trips during the PM peak hour, which is between roughly 4 and 5 o'clock PM. So 89 trips. And on Saturday peak hour, 66 trips. So from a planning perspective, it is very desirable on local roads specifically to be able to utilize, in this case, the Partridge Crescent and Lark Street frontage, as whether it's 72 trips in a peak hour or 89 trips. I would assume, I think it's safe to say that roughly half of those trips generated would go to Lark and the other half may go to Partridge. Of course, that might not be exact. They all could use one or they all could use the other. But that's the basis that I would go on. If a Partridge Crescent access was not available to the residents or the general public, all of the traffic generation would be pushed onto Lark Street, in which case there would be further impacts to residents on Lark. Of course, Lark is a different type of road than Partridge in that it has more residential development on it. But I just really did want to reiterate to council that the dispersion of traffic east and west on Lark Street and through two legs of Partridge Crescent is beneficial in the fact that traffic can be dispersed through 4 sort of different routes to get to Baldoon or to Kyle or to McNaughton from this development. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I have a couple other people, Councillor Finn and Councillor C. McGregor. Go ahead, Councillor Finn.
Just a couple of questions through you to Ryan. How wide is Partridge Crescent presently?
I might have to refer to my colleagues in engineering. I believe the pavement width is 8 meters. You can check. Ms. Mascaro will check that, but typically a local road is 8 meters of asphalt or 25 to 30 feet.
And there's parking on one side, correct?
I'm sorry, Council, on Partridge or on Lark?
On Partridge.
Yes, there's parking on the exterior side of Partridge Crescent.
In the process, can you also look up the width of Lark Street? I'm in agreement with Councillor Bondi. I've been to, when it was John Ewan many years ago, and you would have a lot of difficulty having two vehicles going opposite ways if somebody was to pull out of this complex at the same time as a residence coming down. There isn't enough room to put two vehicles side by side in opposite directions with parking. The residents there use that on-street parking, whereas Lark Street, the school already has two driveways that could be utilized in this proposal, I would suggest. If I'm mistaken and they've taken away that second driveway that goes around to it'd be to the east of the school. And there's one just to the west of the school. So if possible, like I said, I'm in agreement if we could make an amendment to utilize those two driveways, because Lark Street is more apt to accept two-way traffic without any obstructions.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you. My question was probably answered by Chief Case, but I'll just simplify it. Could there not be an emergency gated area installed back there for emergency purposes only that would not allow for regular road access or regular traffic access?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'm not familiar with all the options available, but certainly there are options that likely could be explored. Sorry. Mr. Mayor, if we could go back to the question from Councillor Finn on.
Certainly, yes, please.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, and through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it is an 8-meter cross-section on both Lark and on Partridge.
Okay, is there any other questions then? Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Just one quick, I guess, process question. So how this is in the report right now, it's indicating that there's the two access points. So if we make a motion today, or there's an amendment today to pursue it the other direction, what about the residents on Lark Street that wouldn't have had the conversation to the fact that their traffic might double, and they wouldn't know that until something was already passed? So, I mean, I completely understand. I have a friend that lives on Partridge Street. I travel the area regularly. I know the concerns, but I also think it's important to note the concerns on Lark Street as well, if that area doubles and we didn't put that out there to simply have that type of conversation. I just wanted to know your thoughts on that, of what was discussed, prior to with any of the residents.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I suppose because there is an official plan amendment before council, council would have the ability to consider policies with regard to access. I'd advise council that if this development was 75 units per hectare or less, there would be no opportunity through policy. My advice to council that if there is a policy direction, that it be given to staff tonight, and these applications postponed, and there be further public notice and engagement with regard to the policy direction. That's my recommendation on that course of action.
And just last question through you, Mayor Caniff. Now, I'm not sure of the timing components of this or that, and I don't know what that postponement would look like. So I guess is the developer, so someone's here to speak on behalf of the developer. I don't know if that's a question that he could answer. I would just hate for us to not listen to what the experts are saying, just make a motion to pursue a different way, and then later have concerns from the neighborhoods that weren't able to be, gets consulted with that. That's my only concern. So I'm not sure if there is a a concern for a delay or not? Maybe the applicant's representation could make a comment on that or not.
Just along that line, I'm just going to toss out something that may expedite this to say, can we approve everything subject to that with having to go back to the policy and say, are we going to make it an emergency access only? Or are we going to open it up so that they can continue the development, assuming that doesn't slow the development down, but we can make that policy and do parallel run with this so that we can take care of both.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If the recommendations are approved as recommended tonight, that opportunity does not exist in the future. This development would proceed directly to site plan approval, at which case a site plan could have an access on both streets. So tonight would be the night to consider this policy recommendation.
So seeing no other questions, then can I get Councillor Crew and Councillor Finn to put this on the floor for discussion, please?
I'll put it on the floor for discussion.
And I'll second it.
Okay, so with that, does the mover, a second, or someone else want to make an adjustment to this? Or are we, so Councillor Crew, are you good with the way it reads right now?
No.
So-
No, I'm really struggling with the access. But I don't know what the policy amendment would be. I'm not quite clear, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council could consider adding a item D and articulate sort of what specific access policy council had in mind with regard to which street the access may be on or the number of accesses, et cetera, to be applied at the site plan stage.
I don't like doing this on the fly, but it would be that it be emergency access only from Partridge, but, pardon? That's what I'm thinking right now.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
Is there an opportunity to refer this back to staff
Yes.
for a report that clarifies the different options and traffic impact on those options prior to us approving this tonight?
Yeah, certainly that's something I'm very cognizant of it. We don't want to delay 4 months this project to talk about that. Is there an opportunity that we say, you know what, there's going to be an exit, but it's either going to be an emergency exit or it's going to be a regular exit, and proceed on accordingly, because all you're going to be putting is a barrier or something in there. That's where I was trying to get in that happy middle that,
But Mayor Caniff, we will have another planning meeting probably in, I don't know, December or January. Can we get this back? It's important that, to the neighborhood, that we do
Yes.
this right. So I think that we can refer it back and find out what options and are there for access.
so if we were to refer it back, can you get it back in 1 month, like for the December planning meeting?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe this is a good course of action where council's at. That's my opinion. December 16th is not possible. We require notice under the Planning Act 20 days in advance of the meeting, and that we would need time to consult with, those parties. I believe January 27th is the planning meeting in January. We would aim for that meeting. And we would give notice just after, if there is going to be a recommendation at that meeting, we would give notice first week of the new year.
Okay, so is that the motion you want to just refer it back to the next planning
Refer
meeting?
it back to the next planning meeting in January.
Councillor Finn, you support that?
Fully supported.
Okay. Councillor Hall?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I appreciate the conversation here. I just wonder if we might be able to have Mr. French just comment on this amendment. I think it's a smart motion to do, but I think if we can give Mr. French the opportunity to speak on behalf of the developer on what this, delay or postponement means to the project.
Mr. French, you want to come up to the microphone and give your thoughts on that, please?
If I can indulge the mayor and council, just a couple minutes for me to talk to the actual developer.
You're back ahead of schedule. I figure you can be at least one more minute.
Yeah, sorry about that. The developer, the applicant, is not opposed to a deferral pending a staff report, but it's the suggestion of the applicant that council actually pass a resolution that no further public notice is required and that it come back to the December meeting. The people are aware of the deferral. They're here tonight. The only thing that a January meeting would do would delay the project. It would also delay our ability to undergo any further studies or study updates such as traffic to deal with the recommendations of the staff report. So again, we're not opposed to a deferral. We just ask that it come back to the December meeting so that the development team is able to move forward expeditiously to get an approval or at least a decision. So thank you.
I'm just going to bring Mr. Jacques up to comment on that, whether that's feasible or not.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, it's within council's purview to postpone to December 16th, provided that council indicates in the motion that no further public notice is required. That eliminates the 20-day Planning Act notice timeframe that I mentioned earlier. It would provide administration approximately 2 weeks to update this report with information regarding the access, and it would limit the ability through the timeline to do a lot of engagement with the neighbors. Thank you.
So the mover and seconder, would you be good with putting that in? Or it's your call, just after the discussion?
I feel like the people on Lark Street that are it's going to change the impact to the neighborhood on Lark Street if there's no access to Partridge Street. Am I correct? So why wouldn't they have the opportunity to provide some feedback?
So just to clarify,
So-
so you want to keep your motion as is?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Finn, are you good with that?
Yes.
Okay, so that's, questions regarding that? Sorry, I'll go back to you, Councillor Hall.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ken. If we move it to the December meeting that Mr. French asked for, anyone in the public will be able to provide a deputation and comment on that report when it comes back to council in December, right?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's correct. The process on December 16th would be the same as it was tonight. The only difference coming back in September is that we're not going to be mailing public notice with any recommended policy for that meeting.
Councillor Breeden-McGregor?
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Hall. I do think right now mailing whatever you want to mail is going to be tough anyway. So it might be immaterial, but I agree with some of the comments, and I think that people on Lark deserve some notice. And I think we can do that without 20 days. I mean, we can do our best to get that out on socials. Obviously, other members of the community are here tonight, so I think there'll be some awareness of what's happened at this meeting. I'm hopeful. I'm cognizant that we're also in a pretty significant, housing crisis in Ontario, and we certainly don't want to be putting up unnecessary roadblocks to getting good infill development. So I think we do have to balance some of those things and make sure that we're not impeding what's much needed housing in Chatham-Kent and across Ontario. But we do have to make sure that we're, responsive to community need as well. So I'm supportive of doing this without the 20-day notice, recognizing we're in a weird state of mailing would be difficult anyway. And hopefully we can rely on some other routes to get that message out there so people can provide deputations and email feedback if they see fit.
I'll go back to you, Councillor Hall, and Councillor Bondy.
Yeah, just one thing to add to Councillor McGregor's comments. I would, after the outcome of tonight, I would put it in the hands of our communications department, and maybe we can get a press release out to the media and on social media, just at least get some notice out that way. Thank you.
Councillor Bondy?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So if we vote this down, we would have to make another amendment to come back for the December meeting. Is that correct? Without public
Sorry, that would be the idea. If this was turned down, we have another opportunity to put a motion out to put December as opposed to January, December 24 versus January 25.
Okay, just so we know what we're doing.
Sorry? Yes, so I'll go back to you, Councillor Crew.
You've convinced myself and Councillor Finn to change it to the
All
December
right,
meeting.
so we're going to go to December 2024. And I'd like to think as well that we could potentially, instead of mailing letters, we at least go drop off, and they may only have a few days versus 20. But I think we owe it to the people on Lark Street to make sure that they get as much opportunity to input into this as possible, as if it's feasible, because we're not going to mail anything out anyway in the next 20 days. So, all right, any other questions regarding this? Seeing none, we'll put this to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 15-0. And the final planning application, 12E, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment regarding housing. Mr. Mayor, there are no conflict of interest and no deputations were received today.
Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Juvenville, can I each put this on the floor, please?
Yes, happy to move, Mayor Caniff.
And so seconded.
Councillor Harrigan, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you very much, Mayor Caniff. I just want to point out that there is a second item that's related to this in the agenda that summarizes the excellent engagement work that the planning department did around the subject of rural housing. I'm wondering if it is possible that Mr. Jacques could just at a very, very high level outline what is proposed in the planning amendments here with regards to secondary dwellings in agricultural areas, and what is not in the current proposed amendments regarding land severances, but could be considered in future planning practices or planning, official planning amendments.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Still me. Be brief. The recommendations before council tonight, the big amendment here is implementing provincial policy, and it also actually aligns with the public engagement efforts that planning staff made over the course of this year in the summer. So a big change across Ontario and for Chatham-Kent is in areas that are designated prime agricultural land, which is essentially all of Chatham-Kent outside of our urban areas, are now going to be permitted to have up to 3 dwellings on a farm property. Now, there are caveats to that. There can only be 2 detached dwellings, one of which can have a second unit within it. So the only way to get 3 is 2 detached, where 1 is within it. It's very important to note that our surplus dwelling severance policies do not change. If somebody takes advantage of these policies and builds a second dwelling, under provincial policy and the proposed Chatham-Kent policy, they are not entitled to make 2 lots, 1 for each house. That might pose some issues down the road, but I need to be very clear. A surplus dwelling severance would be required in any staff recommendation that both houses, both buildings come off on the same lot. And as such, the zoning bylaw amendment that's being proposed would require those houses to be within 60 meters of one another. Generally speaking, 2 houses 60 meters apart, close to the road, you can get off on an acre. If they're a little bit further back, 60 meters apart, you can get them off the farm in 2 acres, which is consistent with our existing surplus dwelling policies. So that's the gist of it. There's no further amendments here that speak to the division of prime agricultural land, no new vacant lots, no undersized farms less than 50 acres. All of our remaining Chatham-Kent policies remain the same. If you have any questions, please contact me or one of the planners. I don't want to overlook this. There are a number of zoning bylaw amendments that are attached to this. It's a bit of an omnibus zoning bylaw amendment. Every time we give public notice in a newspaper, the planning department, the building department, we all get our heads together and say, what have we been noticing? What do we need to change? What do we need to tweak to make it easier for property owners to go about their business in Chatham-Kent? So there are a number of what we call housekeeping items that sort of tweak definitions. They sort of change regulations to, to hopefully avoid, minor variances and things like of that nature that the Committee of Adjustment might handle down the road. So thank you for the time, Mr. Mayor. That's the gist of it.
Thank you. And just to ask a follow-up question, there was note in the summary of the engagement around I think the term is strips of agricultural land where maybe they're not used to farm right now and folks might think this could be a great place to develop, but that's not something that we are changing today. Can you talk about what that process might be like to change those areas? And I think we might have actually a deputation that even kind of speaks to that type of potential.
No, thank you for your question. That's a good question. So the Chatham-Kent official plan, sets out land uses across the municipality, and it applies specific development policies to all of those land uses, et cetera, right? So the predominant land use in our rural areas is agricultural, but however, there are a lot of non-agricultural uses permitted in the rural areas, non-residential and residential. Our residential land use designations, call it our residential neighborhoods outside of our urban settlement areas. They're scattered across Chatham-Kent. Typically, they follow a natural feature on the landscape, such as a river, lake, or a ridge, for example, or they might sort of extend from an existing urban area out a main road. But of course, there are others. This public consultation looked at the possibility of expanding those rural residential designations to maybe fill in some of the gaps in strip development or look for logical places where the impact of farming would be minimized to the greatest extent possible and still provide an opportunity for people, to build a home in a rural area where those opportunities are very limited today. That's not part of this. What I can share with council is that we'll be talking more about this at the December 16th council meeting through a report and all the way through 2025. This is the reveal. Chatham-Kent is about to embark on what I'll call a growth management update to its official plan. Currently out soliciting quotations from professional land use planning consultants to provide administration with a little bit more bench strength for this big project. We're utilizing the new professional services roster. I don't know that I'll have a consultant selected by the December 16th meeting, but certainly by January 27th. All that being said, through 2025, all at the direction of council and all with the engagement of the public, Chatham-Kent will be looking at all things related growth. It will be looking at its urban boundaries. It will be looking at its growth policies within its urban boundaries. It will be looking at growth opportunities for residential uses outside of its urban boundaries, et cetera, you name it. It will be looking at residential growth, employment growth, as well as commercial and institutional growth as well. And this is all to support a growing population in Chatham-Kent to the year 2051. So current and future Chatham-Kent residents, ideally through policy, will have a nice place to live and a nice place to work and nice community supports around them, regardless of how they live and contribute in our community. So thank you for the question.
Thank you. Those are all my questions, Mayor Caniff.
Councillor Jumeville?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure I understand. Thank you, Ryan. So you have your initial dwelling on the property and then a second dwelling goes up. And if the second dwelling wants, if they want that dwelling area, let's say it's an acre, severed, both would have to be severed? Or is there a way of, do they have to be severed? Do they not have to be severed? And can one be severed without the other?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. No, they don't have to be severed. The dwellings can remain with the farm for the long term. However, under provincial policy and our local Chatham-Kent policy, if there is a consolidation of farms by a particular owner and those houses become surplus to the needs of the farming operation, they're eligible to create a maximum of one lot. So that means if there are two separate dwellings, then under current provincial policy, the staff recommendation to either council or the Committee of Adjustment would only be for one lot recommended. Yeah.
Okay. And then what would that lot become? Is it still A1? How would it be zoned?
Yeah, the lot would continue to be zoned A1. There are provisions in the zoning bylaw to avoid, you know, the necessity for an amendment where nothing on the landscape is really changing. It's just a new lot line. Thank you.
And lastly, if this passes, when can they start?
If it passes tonight, officially the appeal period will be over in about 21 days. But I would suggest if anybody, you know, was sitting in wait, to contact the Chatham-Kent Building Department today and speak to the professional staff in the building department on what is required to make that building permit application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan.
Councillor Crew?
Thank you, Ryan. Just to clarify, does this include like what you would call a garden house?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Some people refer to a second house as a garden suite.
Is that what they, okay.
Yeah.
And when, if this is approved tonight, when can someone apply to build a garden house or a little house?
Officially in about 21 days, but unofficially, anybody interested and ready to roll should be contacting our Chatham-Kent Building Department as soon as possible to make sure they're informed about what that process looks like.
Thank you.
Councillor Wright?
Thank you, Mayor. Is this going to be limited to like a 50-acre parcel, or like if a house has been severed already and it's still A1, can they build on a severed lot already, or?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. That is a really good question. This policy applies to any property zoned A1, regardless of size. For new farm lot creation, Chatham-Kent does have a minimum 50-acre farm size, so you can split 100 into two, right? Second part of your question, right, after there's been a severance of a surplus dwelling from a farm, and these have been going on under provincial policy, it really hasn't changed since 1997. So we're going on, 27 years of very consistent policy. When a surplus dwelling is severed on a separate lot, the remnant farm is what we call sterilized from new houses. So it is zoned to not allow any new houses. That policy also continues. So whether in the future going forward, somebody's severing 1 or 2 houses on a lot, that remaining farm will not have zoning rights to build a house. And any farm that's previously been sterilized due to a surplus dwelling severance gains no new development rights under this policy. So if it is currently zoned to prohibit dwellings as a result of a previous severance, that remains in place as well.
So if a house has already been severed off of it, but it's a 3 or 4 acre piece and it's still zoned A1, can they build on that one?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 16-0. Moving on to deputations for the remainder of the council agenda. This afternoon, I emailed out to council the emailed only. So for item 18A, supportive primary healthcare access points, we received emails from CK Hospice, Lori and Steve Baker, Brenda Shade, Tilbury Family Health Team, CK Family Health Team, Chatham-Kent Health Alliance CEO and Chief of Staff, Deb Crawford, Dr. Beausoleil from the Tilbury Family Health Team, Paula Shantz, Sherry Saunders, and the Thames View Family Health Team. Those are the emails that were sent. We also have one on Zoom right now. Let me just see if she's still there. Renee, are you there?
I'm still here.
Perfect. Thank you for being patient. So Renee, I'll have you go first. As a frequent flyer on deputations, you know that we have a 5-minute timer on the screen, and you are invited to start now. Renee, yours is on item 19C, the motion of Councillor Carmen McGregor regarding the motion to support basic income guarantees for Canadians. Go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm so pleased to be in front of you again, adding my voice to a motion and topic that I support fully, and that is linked to the work we do in the community from a broader lens. A guaranteed basic personal income is an idea, even while still floating around various levels of government, that shows absolute promise in reducing detriments to health and productivity and economics. Thus, I do hope that all levels of government hear the voices of so many communities calling out for solutions such as this. I am grateful for the Chatham-Kent Food Policy Council, Sharmini Balakrishnan's and Councillor Carmen McGregor's work on this motion, as it speaks to the dire situation that many in our community are living in, living in poverty in a world that is so full of resources and wealth. Many of the people we support, regardless of why or how they found themselves in their personal situations, if offered the chance to live in a more stable environment, would improve. When social determinants of health are considered, all our community members living under economic constraints would improve. The World Health Organization states that the social determinants of health are the non-medical factors that influence health outcomes. They are the conditions in which people are born, grow, work, live, and age, and the wider set of forces and systems shaping the conditions of daily life. These forces and systems include economic policies and systems, development agendas, social norms, social policies, and political systems. Do you know what is listed first as a social determinant of health on their website? Income and social protection. Our Chatham-Kent Public Health reported in March of 2024 that 1 in 5 households are food insecure. Stats Canada reported that 12% of our population in Chatham-Kent is living within what is defined as low income. 12,000 plus individuals don't have enough income to eat every day. Around 19% of those are children under the age of 17, which means there are parents out there who are, 1, hungry themselves, and 2, can't feed their kids. Now, most of you know the work I do, and I'm grateful for the challenges you have brought to me, the conversations we've had, and the support you provide for those we serve. But this version of me today is here to speak for not just the community members we serve, but the ones who are hanging on, who we most likely don't serve. The ones living in an income bracket that I no longer must worry about. Regardless of life choices, our job shouldn't be to blame or shame. Our job should be to come through as a community, as Chatham-Kent, and choose to support them in any way possible, to lead by example and advocate for better options that will potentially help. Removing barriers is one research-driven, education-proven solution that opens doors and gives opportunities to those who need them. A basic income for all would take down that barrier. So thank you again for listening. Thank you again for your willingness to care about people and creating a Chatham-Kent that is people-centered before all else.
Thank you, Renee. Next, we have 8 deputations present here this evening. We'll start with the first one on item 16B, the RFP award for contract R24-126 Drainage and Municipal Works roster. I'll call on Leon Leclerc.
Welcome, Mayor, Council. I'm here to speak mostly on the mowing and pesticide application part of the roster. I have a summary here, which, in case I don't get through my deputation, is some of the asks and some of the needs that I think we need. A landowner must be notified before any work is done on his property. Currently in my ward, that's not happening. We have a contractor just showing up, doing work, and not notifying any of us, and only to find out later that we have a bill on our taxes. Landowner, I would like to see happen is landowner notified when the work is done. Why I say this is so that we can go and inspect if there's any damages to our crops, our land, entranceways, and it's pretty simple forward. 3 quotes. Presently, my contractor is just coming and doing work. Doesn't need to provide a quote, doesn't give us any notifications, and again, we're getting a bill on our taxes. People are really getting, and our taxes have already gone up 180%, and this is an extension of our taxes. And there's no debating it, there's no arguing it, and there's no agreeing on a cost. For example, I'm a custom operator, so I'll harvest somebody's beans or corn, sugar beets. However, I will meet with these people, agree on a price, agree on a time, and when the job is done, talk about the job. Last year I had a job that was not up to par,
and my fee of $5,000, I waived it because I caused damage about $2,000. My name is more important than the money. This is not happening with our contractors. The integrity is gone, and we are really getting upset. We have a Drainage Act that states, I think it's still valid, that any work done on a drain is petitioned. So what does petition mean? It means that, hey, there's an obstruction down here. We call up our drainage supervisor. I think this needs to be cleaned, addressed. We have an on-site meeting. On-site meeting is 10 to 50 growers, landowners. We meet with staff and we decide the course of action, find somebody to do a job, done. This isn't happening. Here's one that I really would like to see implemented also, an online form to report damages, misuse, anything like that. Right now, I know personally I've reported to my drainage supervisor damages and concerns. I don't know if it's getting to the top. We've reported damages to the contractor, deaf ears. Basically, I don't want to go through my insurance for that, so we're not going to deal with it. Why is it important? Personally, I'm involved with a grower who is supplying Walmart Canada, Eastern Canada, with a product. Our spray contractors are entering his property. If there's any residues left on that property, he could lose his contract. He's CFI approved. He's done his due diligence. Meanwhile, somebody's trespassed and left the residue, done some damage. However, the grower doesn't know. Walmart Canada now has to recall this product. Who's liable? Does the contractor have a bond to cover this? Again, back to my concern or my comment. Approach me, on-site meeting, tell me you're coming, let's have a discussion. You can't come, there's something going on. Again, one of my clients, organic. He spent 3 years being certified organic. These spray contractors are coming in, and if they are inspected and there's a residue in there, he loses his certification. It's not right, folks. It's just not right. I won't have time to really get into it, but however, some of these things, I think they're simple. They're simple fixes. That's why I said my summary first. We need to be notified when you're coming, when you're leaving. On-site meetings, we deserve that. Staff may say, well, we have the right to do whatever we want on our drains. That may be, I'll agree to disagree. However, staff has my credit card. These contractors are doing what they want and it's swiped. There's no identification needed. It's swiped and it's done. So I just hope maybe this could be pulled tonight, discussed, and maybe some modifications could be done at another meeting just to update it a little bit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is on item 17B, expanding housing options in the rural areas, report number 2. I call on Rick Howes.
Good evening. I'm here to discuss the possible severance of land for building on, something that you were asking about. I never quite got a clear answer out of what he was talking about, whether it's going to be addressed in the future, if it's going to be, that will come up or not. My wife and I have are both from the rural area. We know the value of a farmland, and the property we're looking at is I think I've given, everybody's got the picture. It's in the middle of four other existing houses. It's not something that can be farmed. It actually has a building on it already. So we fit into that category for that, what they were looking at for severance. We had a chat with them, the Chatham-Kent, about it. And so they felt, excuse me, that we actually worked out with what they were wanting. This property has actually been out of service since about 1950. It was actually a fertilizer plant in the 50s. And so it's about 75 years that there's been no crop on this land. So it has been used for a number of other things, and is now, I think we would best use it as for building on. All the buildings around there are permitted. They're all done to residential spec, so they are actually built close to the property lines. So this property meets all that as well for residential. We would like to see the proposed changes allowed so that we could do this and make a retirement home on here. And it would still give us 3/4 of an acre to build on. It's a nice sized lot. It actually is already been surveyed, because we took it from another property that was beside it and added it to ours. So it's all surveyed and ready to go, should this ever become available. The property presently has a 911 number. We have its own hydro. And basically, we don't need any infrastructure. We'll put a well in, we'll put a septic system in, so there won't be requirements for running city sewer, city water. If this was actually adopted and they approved even 10 of these a year in 13 years roughly, you could save 100 acres. That's what basically Chatham is taking out of service, farm service, about every year. So if every community did that around, can you imagine what that would be like? We would save a lot of farmland and make more use of the land that's out there. So anyway, I would like to thank you all for the opportunity to speak for myself and for others that could possibly do something like this. And thank you. Have a good evening.
Next speakers are on item 18A, support of primary health care access points. The first speaker is Dr. Yi Providence. On deck is Sarah Dallow from the Tilbury Family Health Team.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. Thank you for your time this evening. I just want to take a moment to introduce myself. My name is Dr. Brianna Yi Providence. I am a family physician with the Chatham-Kent Family Health Team. I am not from Chatham-Kent, but I have been practicing family medicine here for over 10 years. I take care of over 2,000 patients. I have multiple generations in my practice, and it has been a privilege and an honor to get to know them. I am the topic of discussion at family dinners. I see pictures of weddings and babies. I go to funerals. I know my patients so well. So I'm here to speak to you on behalf of the important need for primary care in Chatham-Kent. So I'm here respectively to urge the municipality to allocate funding to support the recruitment of family physicians to Chatham-Kent. The critical shortage of primary care providers in our community has reached a crisis level, with over 30,000 residents lacking access to essential medical care. This is a reflection of a broader issue in Ontario, where approximately 2.6 million people do not have a family physician. Access to primary care is not a luxury. It is a fundamental human right and a necessity for maintaining the health and well-being of our community. Family physicians are the cornerstone of a functional healthcare system. They provide preventative care, manage chronic conditions, and address acute medical needs. Without this essential support, individuals face worsening health conditions, increased morbidity and mortality, and a diminished quality of life. The barriers to becoming a family physician are significant. It takes 11 years of rigorous education and training to achieve the necessary qualifications. During this time, aspiring physicians make extraordinary sacrifices, including delayed financial stability and personal milestones. Most begin their careers in their 30s with substantial student debt and limited savings, making it difficult to afford basic life goals such as purchasing a home or starting a family. This recruitment crisis directly impacts the residents of Chatham-Kent. Many people in our community, including new immigrants, have been unable to find a family physician since arriving. Some patients that I've seen have gone over a decade without primary care, resulting in undiagnosed and untreated medical conditions such as cancer. This lack of access fuels anxiety, worsens health outcomes, and places additional strain on emergency services. Since the launch of Bridge Care, which is a clinic that our Ontario Health Team launched to serve these patients that do not have access to primary care in July of 2024, we have seen firsthand the overwhelming need for primary care services. In just a few months, we have treated approximately 1,200 patients, 800 of whom are unique individuals. At each clinic, over half of the patients are first-time visitors, highlighting the dire need for consistent, accessible healthcare. Those who do not have access to primary care live in constant worry of becoming sick and wondering who will take care of them. One particular patient was feeling unwell, and she had not seen a physician in 7 years. She was worried that she had a terminal illness, but had nowhere to go to be evaluated. Knowing she was not acutely ill enough to need emergency department services, she waited and worried. When Bridge Care opened, she was one of our first patients. She came back every week for 4 weeks to ensure that all of her concerns were addressed. And on the last day when I saw her and I went over her normal results, she wept. And I could hear her sobbing behind me as I was looking at her results, knowing that she was healthy. We have diagnosed cancers, lost babies, seen sick children, diabetes, and provided support to many who had nowhere else to go. Patients expressed profound gratitude for the opportunity to receive care, underscoring the essential role of these kinds of initiatives like Bridge Care. To address this urgent need, we propose that the municipality allocate funding to support initiatives aimed at recruiting and retaining family physicians in Chatham-Kent. This funding could be used to offer financial incentives such as signing bonuses, loan forgiveness, or relocation assistance to new physicians. They could help them to find housing, to establish themselves in the community. They could invest in community-based healthcare programs like Bridge Care to bridge the gap while recruitment efforts are underway. We can also increase collaboration with Western, our local medical school, and training program support to establish residency and mentorship opportunities in a more robust way in Chatham-Kent. The health of our community is a shared responsibility, and investing in primary care is an investment in the future of Chatham-Kent. By addressing this shortage, we can ensure that all residents have access to the medical care they deserve and improve the overall health and vitality of our region. Thank you for considering this urgent matter. I'm confident that with your support, we can build a more healthier and resilient Chatham-Kent for everyone.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sarah Dallow, and on deck is Joanne McKay.
Good evening, and thank you for having me. I'm an executive director at the Tilbury District Family Health Team and a researcher. I play an active role in advocating for resources to primary care. I feel I am privileged because I have access to a primary care provider. Unfortunately, most Canadians right now are struggling. Either they have access and accessibility is a challenge, or they are not attached to a primary care provider. In Chatham-Kent, there are approximately 32,000 individuals that are unattached, and unfortunately, this number is only going to rise as there are retiring physicians, and new grads are not choosing family medicine. We currently have 16 spots for family docs across the family health teams and CHC in the region. That said, we are experiencing recruitment challenges due to some of the competition experience across the province, since we're all dealing with the shortage. It goes without saying that access to primary care improves health outcomes, reduces mortality, and decreases hospitalization. Without that, we will see increased visits to the ER, admissions, and of course, misdiagnosis and delayed care. We currently have a dedicated task force to recruit physicians. I sit on that task force. And if we don't have any investment at this time, those efforts will cease by the end of this calendar year. Current investments would support things like marketing, advertising, recruitment fairs, learner engagement, retention events, and the recruiter role that's part-time. She dedicates her efforts to travel across the province, connect with other individuals that are also dedicated to recruitment efforts. So we, along with my colleagues, have come today to request It's a two-part request. The first part is for council to formally create a family physician incentive reserve to allow for the municipality to provide incentive funding directly to the family physicians establishing practices in Chatham-Kent. We're looking at a one-time payment of $25,000 per new physician establishing full-time practice, and this would help them ease into their roles, as it does take time to build a practice. Oftentimes they incur significant overhead expenses right at the start, and they're not in a position to offset those overheads. So to be competitive, we're looking to offer them an incentive of $25,000. We're also looking for we're also asking the council to fund the Chatham-Kent Family Physician Recruitment and Retention Task Force for $125,000 a year to support those ongoing recruitment and retention efforts that I had mentioned, to ensure that Chatham-Kent residents have access to a primary care provider. There was a presentation, unfortunately it wasn't pulled up, but it does provide an overview of what I've shared this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to apologize for the beeping. We are working actively back here trying to find a technical solution to silence that. We're just trying to keep you all awake. That's what we're doing. Next speaker is Joanne McKay. On deck is Karen Kirkwood-White, followed by Rob Watson.
Good evening, and thank you for the invitation, Mayor and Council. Thank you for offering opportunities to share perspectives as it pertains to primary health care in Chatham. I am a lifelong resident of Chatham-Kent, and up until March of 2024, a resident who did have a primary care physician. My doctor chose to retire after many years of dedicated service to his profession. As my search for a new primary care provider began, I was interested to read the direction that Chatham-Kent was pursuing to persuade new doctors or nurse practitioners to our fine community. The outcomes achieved by the task force in the past 3 years is quite remarkable, and I applaud the ongoing effort to continue the progress. The CK Physician Recruitment Task Force needs to continue its excellent work. In March 2024, I found myself on the list of the unattached. I didn't know I was on it. I followed the advice of the province and filled out the forms to be on the list. Further advice was that I continue to seek primary health care on my own, which is really difficult. But in the meantime, efforts would be made to keep searching for me. In September of 2024, I found myself in need of a doctor. It was for routine care for a common health problem, and I went to Bridge Care. Saw that lady that was just speaking, which is a weekend clinic available for patients without a family doctor. I received excellent service from the staff that work there and care from the doctors that provide care. And for now, I will continue to go there as needed for follow-up as instructed by the team that provided my care. These are difficult days in healthcare. However, I believe that the operating funding that is being proposed should be supported by this council on behalf of the residents of CK. Finding a primary healthcare provider as one ages is not easy, and knowing that my municipality cares enough about its residents to ease this burden is a very good thing. The request being brought forward as it pertains to a one-time incentive for each new family practitioner coming to Chatham-Kent is fully endorsed by this loyal resident. Many new doctors have hesitancy to coming to a new community that may seem smaller or more rural than those that they have come from or were trained in, and this incentive will allow them a grand opportunity to start a new life here. As time has shown us, gathering new residents is sometimes a heavy lift. However, these new residents will bring so very much to a welcoming community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Karen Kirkwood-White. On deck is Rob Watson.
Judy, Rob is in Florida, so his submission, I believe, is written only.
Okay, thank you. He didn't notify us, so I put it on there just in case, so thank you for that.
All right. So I am Joan Hackett, accompanying Karen. So, Your Worship, Darren Caniff, and municipal councillors, We are pleased to be present tonight to demonstrate our support for the motion brought forward by Councillor Sakachi in June of this year, and for the funding suggestions put forward by the Chatham-Kent Family Health, Family Physician Recruitment and Retention Task Force. We represent the Chatham-Kent Family Health Team. I serve as the board chair, and Karen is chair of the Stakeholder Relations Committee, a newly formed standing committee responsible for establishing and retaining relationships with local foundations to support our 5 sites in Chatham, Blenheim, Dresden, Ridgetown, and Wallaceburg. It is a fact that 2.5 million Ontario residents are estimated to be without a family doctor, and as highlighted in the report to Council, there are over 32,000 individuals who are currently without a family doctor or nurse practitioner in Chatham-Kent. Over the past year, Karen and I have spoken to several of you about challenges we are currently facing in the recruitment of family physicians, together with the need for ongoing support from Municipal Council. These contributions in the past have supported the recruitment of 15 family medicine doctors from 2020 to 2023, and will hopefully result in the recruitment of a further 13 family physicians before the end of the year. For those of you that are here tonight or watching online, the Chatham-Kent Family Health Team has healthcare foundations in Blenheim, Ridgetown, and Dresden. Well, these foundations are working incredibly hard to support the existing family physicians and encouraging other physicians to join. They need the support of the municipality and a strong physician recruitment task force. As an example of how dire the situation is and how important supporting physician recruitment is viewed by so many in Chatham-Kent, Karen will share with you what's happening currently within Wallaceburg, where there isn't a healthcare foundation.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing? On October the 11th, a small but very committed group of volunteers in Wallaceburg met for breakfast to discuss the fact that more than 30% of the population of their community was without a family physician, and some action was needed in order to address this significant challenge. Within a week, plans were mobilized for a fundraising campaign. Co-chairs Greg Hetherington and Rob Watson were confirmed, and a team of volunteers were recruited to assist. On October 24th, just 13 days later, at the 99.1 CKXS radio station, a $100,000 campaign was launched. The Chatham Voice and the Chatham Daily News jumped on board to help with the promotion. Last Friday, on November the 8th, a total of $22,500 was pledged, thanks to a matching gift from Fairway Wealth Management. This past Tuesday, another $22,000 was raised with a matching gift from Arkell Tool and Die. And on Friday, a radio Facebook auction generated another $6,000, thanks to another matching gift from the Oaks Inn. Halfway home to the target of $100,000 in less than 7 days. Thanks once again to a very committed volunteer group and a generous group of community sponsors and donors. The community sponsorships and fundraising are just 1/3 of the equation. The healthcare sector is another third, and we are advocating for additional support from Ontario Health, but the municipality really needs to make up that final third. So please make this a budget priority and an essential part of the municipal strategic plan. The Wallaceburg Physician Recruitment Campaign is hoping to fill 3 vacancies at their site. There are 2 vacancies at the Ridgetown site, 1 in Dresden, and an additional ones that are expected in 2025 when we move into the new Blenheim Health Hub. The $25,000 per physician recruitment incentive that is recommended in the report, along with the other supports such as a full-time physician recruiter, is needed to help fill these spots. So we thank you in advance for your consideration of a positive response when we hear from you later on in the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now move on to the consent agenda. Oh, sorry, no, we have one more deputation, I'm sorry. Sorry. We have the final one of 19C, motion of Councillor Carmen McGregor regarding the motion to support basic income guarantee for Canadians. And I'll call upon Susan Fulmer. Sorry about that, Susan. I've got this ding in my head and it just won't go away. And it's still not going away.
That's quite all right. Last but not least. Good evening, Mayor Caniff, council members, and fellow constituents. Thank you for allowing me to speak from my perspective and experience regarding this very important issue. My name is Susan Fulmer, and I am the founder and director of the Village Resource Center located in the mighty village of Wheatley. Our vision is to help our neighbors thrive, and our mission is to build a safe and sustainable location from which all community residents and businesses have equitable access to information, goods, and opportunity through a variety of strong and reliable community partnerships. One of our most important programs is the food assistance program that we run from our micro grocery store, the Village Pantry. This program is a continuation of the great work that the village churches began doing in 1990. When I became involved with the Wheatley Area Food Bank, it was providing food boxes to 5 to 7 households per week. Along comes the COVID-19 pandemic, and the number increased by 500%. Yes, you heard correctly, 500%. We are all aware of and affected by the state of the post-pandemic economy as the world tries to navigate that and make it work. Need I say more? The Village Pantry currently, has nearly 180 households registered to receive assistance from our location. As reported by the Public Health Department of Chatham-Kent in March 2024, 1 in 5 households in our municipality is food insecure, meaning lack of or no money to purchase life-sustaining food. This is only Chatham-Kent, and it's only the households that are recorded. I can tell you that there are a great many more households in need that are too afraid or too proud to speak up. Although food insecurity is greater for people living in poverty compared to those not living in poverty, we still need to consider those who are just above that poverty line. I assure you they are still struggling, just as those who meet the current eligibility criteria. This is simply not right. With everyone struggling, our organization, and I will venture all food assistance programs whose operations rely on the generosity of donors, are needing to work harder than they ever had before to tackle the rising cost of food, decreased number of donations, and increased number of folks requesting assistance. The Chatham-Kent Food Policy is advocating to make sure that all levels of government begin to acknowledge the urgency of this issue and that the federal government make the necessary changes required to avoid a ripple effect that will further strain our social and healthcare systems to an irreversible level. Due to the cost of living continually increasing at an incredible rate, we can begin with a basic income for all citizens. That can be followed by a more intensified regulations and enforcement follow-through concerning the cost of food. Those types of changes can only come from the levels of government that make the rules. If we need education along with it, financial literacy, dietitian-led workshops, mental health supports, etc., let's make a plan for that and implement it. Those of us who are the boots on the ground can only continue this grueling pace when we feel, and actually are, completely supported, starting from those at the top. We need to remember that even the smallest of changes, when carried out by everyone, will create a positive effect. They are doable and necessary. It's what good humans do for each other. This is about humanity and has nothing to do with specific political beliefs. It's about supporting a person's very basic need of being able to survive. Together, we have created this mess, but together, we can create a way out. It will not be easy, but I promise you it will be worth it. There's a very familiar quote that is attributed to the inspirational poet, writer, and human rights advocate, Maya Angelou. This phrase has been used to inspire people to raise their personal and professional standards and to always strive to do the right thing. It encourages us to reflect on our learning and assess our progress. Do the best you can until you know better. Then, when you know better, do better. On behalf of all Canadian citizens who are currently struggling due to no fault of their own, I humbly ask members of Chatham-Kent Council to please support the work necessary to implement a federally funded basic income. A brighter future depends on it. We know better, so let's do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, let's close that timer and see if that had anything to do with it. We'll move on to consent agenda. The following items have been pulled from the consent agenda to be voted on separately. I have items 16B, RFP award contract R24-126 Drainage and Municipal Works roster, pulled by Councillor Jubenville. Item 16D, Chatham-Kent Police Critical Systems UPS replacement, pulled by Councillor Wright due to a conflict. Item 17A, Tourism Sector Support and Department update. Oh, darn it. A presentation and information report by Shannon Pava. Item 18A, the support of primary health care access points, pulled by Councillor Sakachi, Councillor Harrigan, and Councillor C. McGregor. Item 19C, the motion of Councillor Carmen McGregor, motion to support basic income guarantee for Canadians, pulled by Councillor Carmen McGregor, Councillor Jubenville, and Councillor Doyle. Item 19D, the motion of Councillor Brock McGregor regarding access to federal funding for encampments and homelessness, pulled by Councillor Brock McGregor. And item 20D, the motion of Councillor Story ensuring access for all residents to the Chatham-Kent Community Hub, pulled by Councillor Story, Councillor Harrigan, and therefore the remaining items on the consent agenda for voting are 15A, B, C, and D, items 16A, C, and E, items 17B, C, and D, item 19A, B, item 20A, B, and C.
Judy, you realize that most of us didn't notice that sound until you brought it up. Now we're all hearing it. Councillor Allen and Councillor Story, can I get you to move the consent agenda, please?
Happy to move, Your Worship.
Happy to second.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote. Item 16, tender awards.
16B, RFP award contract R24-126 Drainage and Municipal Works roster.
Councillor Jubenville and Councillor McGrail, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
I so move.
And I will second.
Councillor Jubenville?
Thank you, Mayor. I realize that we're just voting on the roster, but Mr. Leclerc had a lot of valid points that he brought forward. So I don't know if it's something that we could discuss right now. Would it be appropriate to discuss this, or should this come back in some other form? Some of the points that he brought forward I would like to discuss, but I just don't know if it applies to.
No, I think you can bring them up, and you got 5 minutes, so.
Okay. Well, no, I just want to ask about some of the items that he.
Certainly, yes.
Okay.
So this is the right time to clarify them. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so, when the contractors are coming to the properties, can and should the property owners be notified?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so I'll answer that question because there's, I think, a few pieces to it. There was a question about permissions and notification. So in terms of permissions, formally the municipal drains we are afforded access to those municipal drains under the Drainage Act. So there isn't a requirement to seek permission. We do have that kind of easement access established under the Act. As a practice, we do notify owners. Typically, it does depend on maybe the scale and scope of work. So larger projects where there is a petition process that was talked about, when we're initiating construction, there is on-site meetings, there is notifications. Some works may be notified through letters to let them know that we're doing maintenance sort of annually as programs. So we do notify, that depends on the type of work. Certainly we've made note of the comments that were made and are happy to work with property owners on any more specific notification that they may require. We do a lot of work with property owners in terms of coordinating timing seasonally of works relative to crops and things. So certainly that's something that we can take back and continue to work with property owners on.
Marissa, just to clarify in there, is it the contractor that's responsible to reach out to the landowner, or is it us yes?
The municipality leads that process in initiating that work.
But it could be allocated to contractors, or?
It can be. It depends on the work, and that kind of comes back to, we're not requesting permission to access a property. We are afforded that, but in terms of notifying, coordinating perhaps days that we're there, that does happen with the drainage superintendents and the contractors and landowners, depending on the scale of work, and certainly something we can continue to work on with landowners for any concerns that they may have.
Okay, thank you. So you think, based on some of the comments that he gave, one that I thought was interesting was when the work is done, to notify the property owner then, so that they could go and inspect, in case there could be any damage done to his property or her property. So is that something that you think could be implemented?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes.
Okay. Basically, I thought he brought forward a lot of valid concerns. So you're saying that you've heard what he had to say, and that's something that you can bring back to your people. And I think that would be very valuable if you could do that. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilor McGrail?
Thank you. I just, one of the other questions and concerns I heard was, when there is an issue and lodging that complaint, that maybe it did not go to where it's been. So I guess, can you review with us how to lodge an issue and what you would do to make sure we're going through the proper channels? Because I know, and I say this only because, I'm an advocate of calling 311, right? And lodging that complaint and not just calling our drainage representative. So, and is that still the same there that we should? So then there is that trail that then we can go back and say, hey, look at, I know you've had these many issues. What are you going to do about it? Is that the way? What is the proper way so we can collect that data? And if there is an issue, then present that issue and say, look, we really do have issues.
Certainly. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So absolutely, we would definitely recommend our CK311 channels for all contact purposes. And in fact, for drainage work, we do have service request types that are established. So our customer service teams do intake those concerns, and then they put those through the process. They're assigned and they're tracked and they're established to our staff to follow up on. So that is absolutely the process we would recommend. There may have been times when we've had an on-site meeting and a property owner may have already met directly with the drainage superintendent and they may be following up on those channels. But absolutely, I would recommend our CK311 is our preferred process for reaching out to us for any items.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Sturgeon. All votes are in. Motion passes 15-0. We'll move on to item 16D, Chatham-Kent Police Service Critical Systems UPS replacement. We have a conflict by Councillor Wright.
Councillor Crew and Councillor Harrigan, can I get you to move this, please?
So moved.
And seconded.
Any questions? We'll put it to vote.
All votes are in, motion passes 14-0. Now
Item
we-
17, Development Services.
17A, Tourism Sector Support and Department Update. We have a presentation and information report by Shannon Pava, Supervisor of Tourism Development. Shannon, I think Meredith is going to take a quick peek at the screen there just to see if there's anything there we can do.
Good evening, and thank you very much. Pleased to be here as I share a snapshot of Chatham-Kent Tourism Sector Support Update and a recap of some of our key milestones. I'm Shannon Pava, Supervisor of Tourism Development, and Chatham-Kent Tourism actually migrated to economic development in late spring of 2023. With this, a merger meant a change to our budget, our staff complement, and that gave us the opportunity to reimagine tourism services goals and achievements. Despite some things being put on hold for now, we knew we had to remain committed to following the keys to success in our tourism playbook. And of course, maintaining what it is that we do best, which is help our tourism businesses, our operators, our visitors, and our residents. And that help comes in a variety of ways, whether assisting, attracting, or educating. In Chatham-Kent, tourism is an estimated $64 million industry. Who's coming and what they're doing is all, of course, in your council package. So we're going to touch on the highlights for the purpose of this presentation in what we do to assist. Take a step back, though, and let's look at that definition of tourism on your screen. It's defined as the activities of somebody who actually travels 40 kilometers away from the community they live in to take part in an activity. Now, given that CK is actually so large, you can essentially travel more than 40 kilometers within our own municipality. So ultimately, we have two tiers of tourists we're marketing to. Our internal Chatham-Kent tourist, and then, of course, our external visitor to Chatham-Kent. As stated, we help our operators in a variety of ways. Despite the reimagining, our tourism team of 2, along with our summer students, still managed to connect directly with more than 250 operators in person. That's between October of 2023 and 2024. And assistance comes in many forms, including but not limited to sharing grant information, providing training and partnership opportunities, helping operators understand who their visitor is and how to market to them. One of the more visible ways that we can help is by nominating our incredible operators for their awards and recognition. In February of 2024, Buxton National Historic Site and Museum's 100th homecoming event was recognized at a very prestigious ceremony in Toronto for the Lieutenant Governor General's Award, receiving the award for excellence in conservation. In March of 2024, the Dresden Night Market was named a finalist at the Southern Ontario Tourism Awards for Sustainability in Innovation. And most recently, in October of 2024, Brewfest CK was named a finalist at the Tourism Industry Association Awards of Excellence for Culinary Event of the Year. And while they didn't win, Brewfest CK is now recognized as one of the top 3 culinary events in 2023 in Ontario. Marketing our tourism operators and assets is done to reach both of the markets that I spoke to you about earlier of, our internal and external visitor. And we do this in a variety of ways. We curate a collection of our local photos and videos. We reshare on social media, we create our own photos, our own posts. We provide an opportunity for them to be on our website as well. This ensures that we can use local photos 100% of the time. It really is our biggest asset. It gives us a chance to show off our vibrant community. And this year we did add another 1,500 professional photos to our portfolio that currently still has over 2,000 local photos. We now have assets for all 4 seasons, featuring our local tourism assets and attractions. Here pictured winter. It includes, of course, our holiday markets, our spring, our summer, and to come fall, as we just wrapped up a shoot in October. We're in a time where more than 75% of travelers are using digital assets when it comes to trip inspiration and booking. Our tourism team does their social media, we do our reel collections, website updates, marketing on Facebook and Instagram, and the work really is part of a daily routine. Super proud to say that we surpassed 10,000 followers on Facebook this past October. Our social media stats, of course, in your council packages, but I wanted to take a moment to highlight the work behind those numbers. So as you can see, our Bakery Trail video got a capture of almost 70,000 views. On average, our visitors will watch those videos about 2,000. That's an average watch for a video. I'm going to take the time now, though, to take you to that website and play that video for you. This is our Bakery Trail website. Some tasty treats you'll see. As you can see, we scroll down, we share some information. There's a bakery trail you can download. All of the information is on there. And of course, we have And I'm sure you noticed probably some local faces in that, as all of our models in all of our photos and our videos are local as well, keeping DIJ top of mind. When it comes to social media, which is key, among the many projects that our summer students capture is something called our Spend a Day series. Our students travel across Chatham-Kent, create these for the towns, and there are links for all of the towns in the council package, but I want to play this example. It's actually from Instagram. In all over 50 different tourism businesses throughout their summer series were featured. As you can see, our tourism businesses are highlighted and they gain exposure from our incredible reels that our students create and share out. Among those many projects that our students also contribute to is a crucial way of hitting our 3 goals, reaching those visitors, our residents, and promoting our tourism assets. Between May and September, our summer students made it possible to attend a variety of festivals. They engaged one-on-one with hundreds of visitors and residents, and assisted, of course, with stocking our 25 brochure racks across the municipalities at libraries and municipal centers. We like to think of ourselves as that brochure rack updating fairy that suddenly you walk in one day and they're beautifully stocked. Total of over 15,000 pieces were out the door. While on site at our events, our summer students are answering questions, they're promoting the region, they're promoting our tourism businesses, and they're gathering much of the great content on social that we can use for the rest of the year. While on site this summer alone, our students played a key role in the numbers that you see on the screen when it comes to events. This, of course, keeping between May and September. And all of this allowing my colleague and I to continue to work on tourism development and operator assistance. In order to further promote what we do, our social media posts, of course, link to directly the website. Earlier, I mentioned the upkeep of the visitck.ca websites, crucial to being up to date, and we're pleased to say that we did see an increase of over 63% from October of 2022-23 to the last 23 to 24 period. I'm going to just navigate the website right now. As you can see, we'll feature fall and the holidays. Welcome to Chatham-Kent. This is our landing page, and of course, it is updated sometimes daily, depending on the content that we're given, but of course, we are keeping with the seasons. Fall in CK, our holidays in CK, our Christmas tree trail, our bakery trail are among the top pages being visited right now. The top page that is visited annually through Google Analytics is our events and festivals page. As you head to this page, you're instantly taken to our holiday activities, our live performances, and our Black History Month events. And as you scroll down, we've got the calendar of events which are geared towards those tourists specifically coming from far away. The next page I'd like to take you to is our entertainment and shopping page, a very busy page. And as you can see, once you scroll down, you'll see the number of those local fantastic photos, all focusing on, in order, the great things we have to do and see in Chatham-Kent. I'll take the time to pop out to our holidays page. This beautiful photo from the Tilbury Night Market, or sorry, the Tilbury Lights a couple of years ago. On it, you can see we have our Christmas tree trail, which you can link to. We have a video at the bottom showcasing the amazing farms you can go to, our Santa Claus parades, and then all of the events that are happening in one stop. I will leave you with one final thought, which is to connect with us via social media and, of course, follow us on our website because you are all CK Tourism Ambassadors yourselves. Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, Shannon, you did a great job covering that off, and it's exciting. There's a lot of amazing things in Chatham-Kent, and you're doing a great job of highlighting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 18, Chief Administrative Office.
18A, support of primary health care access points.
Councillor Sakachi and Councillor Harrigan, can I just put some on the floor, please?
So moved, Mayor Caniff.
Mayor Caniff, this is an information report, but I believe Councillor Sakachi and I have a motion to read out regarding the report.
Yes, sorry, so go ahead for that. Yes.
You threw me off with the
Yeah, well, I threw myself
on the floor
off,
there,
yeah.
so that's why I was like, yeah. So I do have an action item to add to this, Mayor Caniff. It is a little bit lengthy, but I'd like to move that Chatham-Kent support primary care access points and physician recruitments in the following ways. One, to provide $85,000 annual base budget funding to the Chatham-Kent Family Physician Recruitment and Retention Task Force to support physician recruitment across all Chatham-Kent, prioritizing team-based primary care in the 4 existing primary care organizations, and the task force provide an update to council outlining their achievements at least once per council term, and that the funding request be referred to the 2025 budget update for general tax-based funding. 2, to establish a primary care family physician incentive reserve of $120,000 annually or $360,000 total for the remainder of the 2024-2027 multi-year budget, funded initially by a transfer of $360,000 from the strategic reserve, and base funding be considered by the next council in the 2028 to 2031 multi-year budget. 3, that the primary care family physician incentives reserve be made available to primary care organizations in Chatham-Kent for the purpose of providing practice incentives to newly established primary care physicians in Chatham-Kent for up to $20,000 per physician recruit where no additional community grants are available, and $10,000 per physician recruits where community grants are available or in exceptional circumstances directly to new physicians who establish solo practices in Chatham-Kent outside of the 4 named primary care organizations included. Sorry, I did miss that part. The primary care family physician incentive reserve may also be made available to those of the same organizations to apply for up to $20,000 once every 5 years as a match grant to support capital funding or new builds/renovations that are for the express purpose of expanding clinical space to accommodate new physician offices in primary care across Chatham-Kent. 5, that the CAO and General Manager of Development Services and their delegates be authorized to review and approve applications for grants from the reserve, and that the CAO and General Manager of Development Services be authorized to enter into appropriate agreements with each of the primary care organizations to facilitate the transfer of funds in the above circumstances, and for a process for a partial payback of physician recruitment grants for services of less than 5 years in alignment with the current practices of the Physician Task Force, such as agreements to be satisfactory to the Director of Legal Services. And 6, for the municipality of Chatham-Kent as both a partner to the Chatham-Kent Ontario Health Team and community leader, continue to support the work of the Physician Recruitment and Retention Task Force across its departments where appropriate to do so. In particular, through the Departments of Community Attraction and Promotion, Economic Development, and the Small Business Center and Communication Departments in an effort to increase the number of Chatham-Kent residents able to access primary care in CK.
And I will second that motion.
Mayor Kane, if I am going to defer my initial comments, if you could circle back to me. For one, I just need a break from reading through that. And 2 is, as Councillor Harrigan did say, when I originally brought this motion, I did have a couple paragraphs, maybe 2.5, that I was going to move forward. And through several conversations with Councillor Harrigan, as well as speaking with her on the weekend, she really put a lot of work in and really assisted. And I think it's really beneficial to also allow her the time to comment on this before you circle back to me. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Harrigan.
Great, thank you, Mayor Caniff. When I told Councillor Sakashi I thought he should just read the whole motion, I don't think he realized how long the whole motion ended up being out loud. But so I will start by first noting that when Councillor Sakashi brought his original motion to council, I did have an email conversation with our integrity commissioner because I am the head of the Chatham-Kent Ontario Health Team, and so I am not required to declare a conflict of interest because there are no funds going to my employer. But I do want to note that there might be a perceived conflict of interest. So I'm speaking about physician recruitment as a kind of general member of the Chatham-Kent public, and so do not have to declare a conflict for this conversation. What I would like to start by saying is first, I recognize that the motion in front of us is a bit long and a bit complex, and that's because there was some significant conversation with Gordon and his team around the reserve and how a reserve is made and managed and the transfer of those funds to the reserve. But what you see in this motion is very much pulled from the suggestions that were in the report and the appendix to that report, and also was heard from the deputations that we had discussed today. Specifically around the investment that the municipality should perceive itself as being as one of 3 partners in the area of recruiting and attracting physicians. I think one of our deputations put it well. One of those partners is the healthcare system as a whole, which includes advocacy to the province around more funding within the healthcare system to support physician recruitment. Another one is the community and the great work that people do to make physicians feel welcome, to raise funds, to really buffer the amounts for incentives. People might think that, you know, a $20,000 or $25,000 incentive is a lot of money. Recently, Niagara region passed on council $25,000, $70,000, and $100,000 respectively across different regions. So when we look at competition in other communities, having nothing is certainly not an option. We need to have something to start with, and this municipal reserve would allow for that. When we look at the investment of our tax dollars and who benefits and the everyday residents who might benefit from the work that we do, I know from my everyday work, I know from my experience as a patient who was privileged to have a family doctor during my own cancer journey, and I know from the tragic experience of seeing friends and family lose a family doctor to retirement and the frantic efforts that they go through to try to secure family physician. Residents in Chatham-Kent would look at this motion and look at our investments, and they would see value in what it is that the municipality is doing. You'd be hard-pressed to find a resident in Chatham-Kent who says, no, I don't think we should spend tax dollars on bringing more doctors into Chatham-Kent. When we look at this and wonder who it is that should be paying for some of this, I think looking at it as a partnership is crucial. And I think the province does need to step up and provide more support for attracting physicians to communities. But that being said, I don't think that's reason enough to do nothing. So I'm just going to explain some of the technicalities in this briefing note, or in this motion here. The $85,000 is a decision that we would be making in item 1 in principle. It would allow for funding for a physician recruiter who works for all of Chatham-Kent to be employed. It's not a decision that would be confirmed tonight, because that would then go to our budget when we would be considering it with all of those other motions that we move to things to the budget. The primary care incentive reserve, that's a transfer of strategic reserve funds into a new reserve. So we can do that outside of budget if we want to. It has 0 tax impacts. We already have the dollars in our strat reserve and we move them over. We've done that many times throughout the year for social housing or other special initiatives. When we look at the strategic reserve, what this allows us to do as Chatham-Kent is to hold those funds, gain interest on those funds, and not release them until we know that there is a physician here in Chatham-Kent practicing and rostering patients, which allows for us to be really in control of that reserve money. We can get updates on it, we can add to it, we can take money out of it if we're finding that it's not needing to be spent as much as it is. Items number 3 include really the process for how the reserve would be transferred, and notes that in some cases, there might be opportunities where physicians could come to Chatham-Kent in the future, but we've run out of space. That would be a huge ideal situation, that we don't have enough office space for doctors in Chatham-Kent, but there are family health teams or community organizations that are looking at building spaces for primary care physicians to work in, and that's something new and creative that has kind of been uncovered in Chatham-Kent through this process. And then item number 6 really just looks at the municipality being a good partner. So, you know, we just heard a great report from tourism. We know that we have community attraction
and promotion. We have economic development and small business centers. We have our communications department that can work together alongside some of those focus groups and alongside some of those physicians to really make people see Chatham-Kent as a place for them to live, work, and play, so we can attract more physicians like Dr. Yi Providence and Dr. Roselle, who was here and did not do a deputation. So I'd love to thank our partners and our staff members for helping to move this motion forward, and certainly to our staff team for working and providing so much information in the briefing note. And I hope that our councillor colleagues will be supportive of creating a program like this that gives us 3 good years of seeing what this effort does to allow for some really significant runway in the area of physician recruitment. Thank you, Mayor Caniff.
We have a few other speakers, Councillor C. McGregor, followed by Councillor Crew.
Thank you. I really had wanted to speak to the report that came to council tonight and to thank those that had made deputations. I'm still trying to digest the content of the motion here and probably have comments to that, but I really wanted to express the fact that this need within our community needs to be dealt with, and we need to find ways to help and assist the program and the recruitment of doctors within our community. This, at first glance, is looking like a very good method and a way to do this, is that I'm still digesting all of this. But I will just leave it at thank you, both Councillor Scotchy and Councillor Harrigan for bringing up the motion, and thank you for those that have reached out, that have sent us emails, and that have brought deputations tonight on this very important matter. And I'm very interested to see how this goes. I do very much support this, as though I'm digesting it. So again, thank you. And I've probably messed up my opportunity to discuss this afterwards, but thanks.
Councillor Crew, followed by Councillor McGrail.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff, and thank you to Councillor Sakachi and Councillor Harrigan. I would like to make a friendly amendment. Number 2, is that where the reserve is? Yep, number 2. I would like to amend that strategic reserve topped up from 360 to 420. Okay? Not okay. K as in thousand. And then in number 3, friendly amendment to go from 20,000 to 25,000, and then the 10 to 15. And I'm just looking at that as a friendly amendment because I believe that this is, like Councillor Harrigan said, this is an investment in our people, supports our strategic directions as well under 3C in our promote safety and well-being bucket on our strategic reserve, our priorities.
Is that a friendly amendment?
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Just catching number 4, did you want number 4 changed from 20 to 25 or keep it at 20? I just see it.
No, 4
No, okay,
to 25.
I just saw the number there, okay.
And then, yes.
Okay. Anything else? Councillor Crew?
Thank you.
Councillor McGrail, oh, sorry, Councillor McGrail.
Sure, thank you. I can't deal with this tonight. I have just seen this for the first time, and I don't even have a grasp on this. I need to think about this. You know, some people clearly have seen this already. I have not. I would have liked a heads up, a little bit of a heads up for sure, just so I could understand it. I just have so many questions, like, you know, how does this affect the reserves and going forward, and how much do we have in there? We're not even addressing that. You know, number 4, where's this money coming from? You know, you're saying you want an incentive there. So I would like to honestly defer this for the moment to get those answers and to properly have the time to look at this and ask questions that we all should be able to ask once we digest, not 5 minutes of looking at this and you know, here you go. So I'd like to put a motion forward to defer, please.
Motion for postpone. Can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Finn? Sorry? December 9th, so yes, it would be just to the next meeting, or I guess. Yes, no, that's fine, so, but I'm just saying in there to postpone to December 9th. Okay, so you may, anybody else want to comment on this before we vote on just the postponement of it till December 9th? Yes, Councillor Harrigan.
Just a comment, I actually don't, so I'm not supportive of postponing it because, for the two reasons, the first item actually refers it to budget, which is where the majority of the conversation would happen. So if there would be if it were to be deferred, I would suggest perhaps deferring items 2 to 6 to December 9th, and then item 1 would go to budget. You know, I appreciate that the motion got longer than what Councillor Sakachi and I anticipated it would be over the course of Saturday, Sunday to Monday. But if you look in the report that staff drafted, at the end of the report, the first 2 recommendations were to fund the physician recruitment task force. There wasn't a dollar value put towards that fund. And the second was to create a physician incentive reserve. And there wasn't a dollar value put towards that fund. So we just kind of put our heads together and put some dollar values and then identified what that process might be. So I just wanted to clarify that, but certainly appreciate that the length of the motion has grown over email, and when you put it on the screen, it is a lot.
Okay, seeing no other hands on that. Oh, Councillor Scotchy?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Councillor Harrigan did take some of my, I guess, comments I was going to say. In all fairness, you know, when we originally started talking, the motion didn't have the length as Councillor Harrigan indicated, but she has a wealth of knowledge that helped me craft some of these areas. As you can see, I guess the biggest thing is I just wanted to mention, there was no, I didn't want to spring this on council with the notice period, but simply sharing a notice of motion like this to all of council and having discussions through emails and things like that would be not proper protocol, right? So this is the appropriate way to do it. If it has to be a notice of motion, I'm not sure, but I agree with Councillor Harrigan that if we're not going to, and Councillor Crew, like investing in our community is probably one of the most important things. I know in the report that this is a provincial, you know, matter essentially, but I mean, in all fairness, almost every rural community is doing this. It's putting rural communities against rural communities and doing nothing. We're not even in the game. So I think that, you know, if it gets deferred, I completely support that, but I won't be supporting it though. Thank you.
Councillor B. McGregor, then Councillor C. McGregor.
Mine was just for clarity. So the motion right now is to postpone the whole thing till the December 9th meeting, or did we separate it to just leaving number 1 to vote on and postpone the rest of the
I would be okay
items?
with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I would be okay with leaving number 1. I understand that piece, for sure. And then just giving us a little bit more time to go back and really, you know, do our due diligence and ask our questions so we completely understand the ramifications of this motion. I in no means are not supported. I'm just surprised by the length and that I had to step back and I have to really read it and understand it and ask my questions. And that is the only reason why I'm asking for this.
Okay, Councillor C. McGregor.
This was exactly what
All right.
Councillor B. McGregor said.
So seeing no other questions, then we'll put this to vote.
Councillor Wright? All votes are in. Motion passes 10 to 6.
Okay, we've got a date, December 9th then.
A point of order, I think we still have to vote on
Oh, yes,
item 1.
correct. Thank you.
It stated that item 1 was moved, deferred to budget, and that number 2 and 6 will come back on December 9th.
Okay, we're at the extension time. We're at 9:57, so let's go to 10:30. Can I get a motion to go to 10:30? Councillor Scotchy?
I was actually going to make a motion to adjourn, Mayor Caniff. I don't know if I have a seconder or not. Can we do that?
Oh, at the will of council here. Councillor Scotchy?
Yeah, I would make an emotion to adjourn.
All right, we have to do the little technicalities, but yes. A second for that, Councillor Finn. Do we want to, hands up on this one?
That we stop the meeting at 10 o'clock, not adjourn, but yes.
Yes. Let's sort of stop the meeting at 10, yes. So we'll have to get through the couple of things here, but all those in favor, put up your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, yes, we have majority.
All right, we are going to be done in 3 minutes then. So with that, I will, we've got 2 minutes, so I'm going to go right to the reading of the bylaws. So we'll skip the communication items, non-agenda business, and we'll go to first and second reading. Councillor Hall and Councillor Harrigan. Can I get you to move the first and second reading, please?
So moved.
Any questions? Anyone opposed? Motion carried. Third and final reading, Councillor Wright and Councillor Jubinville. Can I get you to move that, please?
I'll move it.
So seconded?
Any questions? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Resolution of council, Councillor Crew and then Councillor Bondi. Can I get you to wrap it up for us right at 10?
I move that Chatham-Kent Council adjourn to its next meeting to be held on Monday, December 9th, 2024, and that Chatham-Kent Council authorize itself to meet in closed session on that day to discuss any matters permitted by the municipal act. I so move.
What do I do?
Just say, yes, I second it.
I second that. Meeting adjourned, 10 o'clock. Yay.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, we're adjourned at 10 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.